In the ancient Greek world, slavery was the norm, just as it was in other societies of the same era. Slaves were primarily employed in agricultural sectors, but their roles extended to working quarries, mines, and serving within households. There is a nuanced understanding in modern scholarship between chattel slavery, where the slaves were seen as merely property rather than part of society, and those who were bound to land, such as Thessaly's Penestae or Sparta's Helots. These groups resembled medieval serfs, adding value to the lands they were tied to, unlike chattel slaves who were completely at the mercy of their owners, who could trade, sell, or even rent them out, as they would with personal property. Hello everybody and welcome to the video. If it's your first time here, it's good to have you, and if you're returning, it's great to see you again. Today our topic is slavery in ancient Greece. So, without any further ado, get comfortable, relax a little, and we can begin. Now, first of all, we must say that studying slavery in ancient Greece presents unique challenges for historians. The records are sporadic and largely incomplete, with Athens being the primary focus of surviving accounts. There is a lack of comprehensive texts dedicated to slavery, and legal texts only mention slavery insofar as it was a source of income. Additionally, Greek literature often resorts to stereotypes, and the visual depictions fail to distinguish clearly between slaves and free craftsmen. Now, with this in mind, we are going to do our best with the information that we have to provide a rather brief but general picture of what it was like to be a slave in the ancient Greek times. In the intricate tapestry of ancient Greek language, a multitude of terms were used to denote the concept of slavery, each bringing its own shades of meaning and contributing to a complex textual landscape. This diversity in terminology often leads to ambiguity in modern interpretations, especially when these terms are extracted from their original contexts some 2,000 years ago. In the epic narratives of Homer, Hesiod, and Theognis of Megara, slaves were referred to as dmos, a term generally used but specifically denoting war captives considered as spoils of war, essentially viewed as the property of their owner, a conquered people. Now, during the classical era, the term andropodon, meaning one with the feet of a man, was contrasted with tetrapodon or quadruped, signifying livestock, to distinguish human slaves from animals. The predominant term for slaves was doulos, juxtaposed with the term for free man, eleutheros. An archaic version of this, found in Mycenaean inscriptions, appears as doero for male slave, or doera for female slave, highlighting very early linguistic evidence of slavery. Now, the term doera, persisting into modern Greek, meaning work, was metaphorically extended to describe various forms of subjugation, including the dominance of cities or parental authority over offspring. The term oiketes, meaning one who lives in the house, specifically referred to household servants. Additional terms offering more nuanced understandings of slavery, contingent upon their contextual use, of course, include therapon, meaning companion in Homeric times, as in the companionship between Patroclus and Achilles, or perhaps Meriones and Idomeneus, which evolved by the classical period to mean servant. So remember that, therapon meaning companion, and by the classical period, servant. Akolothos, translating to the follower or the one who accompanies, and its diminutive form typically used for page boys. Pais, meaning child, applied similarly to houseboy, or used derogatorily for adult slaves. Soma, literally body, used in discussions of emancipation, further illustrating the varied and context-dependent vocabulary related to slaves in ancient Greece. Now, Mycenaean society, which is really going back to the old times, in this society, slavery was seen as simply a fundamental aspect of the culture of a whole, as revealed by numerous tablets found in Pylos, which distinguish between the two types of slaves, the slaves of the people and the slaves of God, with the latter likely serving Poseidon. These divine slaves were unique, often mentioned by name and possessing their own land. Their status nearly akin to that of free individuals, but just not quite there. The origins of their servitude to the deity remain a mystery. Evidence suggests that many slaves, particularly those without divine association, originated from places like Cythera, Chios, Lemnos, or even as far as Halicarnassus, likely captured through acts of piracy. These records also highlight that relationships between slaves and free people were not uncommon, with slaves having the capability to work and own land. The primary social distinction in Mycenaean times was not between the free and enslaved, but rather their affiliation with the palace. Moving on now and transitioning to the Homeric era, we can observe a notable shift in social structures and terminology for slaves, reflecting the conditions of the Greek Dark Ages. The term for slave evolves from doero or doulos to demos, and in works like the Iliad, slaves are predominantly war-captured women, while the men faced ransom, or if they were very unlucky, death. The Odyssey continues to portray slaves mainly as women, serving as household servants or concubines, though it also introduces male slaves, such as the loyal swineherd Eumaeus, who is integrated into the household's core. Despite the intimate integration into the household, however, slavery was still considered as a great dishonor, as Eumaeus himself laments the loss of virtue upon becoming a slave. Now, where did it all start? Well, that's kind of hard to tell. Slavery has been around for as long as warfare and subjugation of the conquered has. The origins of slave trading in the archaic period are therefore murky, with the 8th century BC poet Hesiod mentioning the ownership of demois, though their status remains ambiguous. The existence of douloi is further confirmed by later poets and the draconian laws of the 7th century BC, which permitted violence against slaves. By the time of Solon in the late 6th century BC, laws were in place that restricted the activities of slaves, marking a period where references to slavery became more frequent and its practice a lot more widespread. Now, this era saw the concurrent rise of the democratic processes and the expansion of slavery, highlighting a paradox within Greek history, where the advancements of freedom and the institution of slavery progressed hand in hand. In ancient Greece, the realm of politics was exclusively reserved for citizens, and seen as the most noble of pursuits, with all other vocations being delegated to non-citizens whenever it was possible. This delineation emphasized the significance of status over the nature of one's work. Agriculture stood as the cornerstone of the Greek economy, where slavery played a critical role. Even the most modest of landowners might possess one or perhaps two slaves, with the holdings of the affluent boasted scores, employed as either basic laborers or overseers. The debate continues over the extent of slave labor in agriculture, but it is widely acknowledged that rural slavery was a significant aspect of Athenian life, distinctly different from the vast slave populations on the Roman latifundia. Mining and quarrying sectors also heavily relied on slave labor, with substantial numbers of slaves often rented out by wealthy individuals. For instance, the Strategos Nicias leased 1,000 slaves for work in the silver mines of Laurium in Attica. The income from such an investment was of course considerable, with Xenophon noting a return of 1 obolus per slave per day. They were making very good money. He even proposed that Athens could enhance its citizens' welfare by purchasing a large number of slaves to be leased out, suggesting a ratio of up to 3 state-owned slaves per citizen. Of course, this is probably not a good idea. There's only so far you can take slavery. If the slaves begin to outnumber you, well, for obvious reasons, this could begin a few problems. Craftsmanship and trades were other areas where slaves made significant contributions. Workshops, unable to rely solely on family labor, employed a large number of slaves. For example, one shield factory of Lysias operated with 120 slaves, and the father of Demosthenes utilized the skills of 32 cutlers and 20 bed makers in his own enterprise. Of course, domestic slavery was also widespread, with the roles of slaves extending into the households of their masters. Male domestic slaves often served as stand-ins for their masters in their trades, or as companions on journeys, and in times of war, they might serve as assistants to the hoplites. Female slaves were primarily engaged in household duties, such as cooking and weaving textiles, illustrating the diverse and integral roles slaves held in ancient Greek society across various sectors. Now, how many slaves were there? Was it 1 to every wealthy house? 2 to every wealthy house, and 1 to every modest one? Well, it's a little difficult to say. Quantifying the slave population in ancient Greece is challenging due to the absence of precise consensus and the fluctuating definitions of slavery across the different periods. Athens, however, is widely recognized for having the largest concentration of slaves, with estimates suggesting up to 80,000 slaves in the 5th and 6th centuries BC, averaging 3 to 4 slaves per household. Thucydides notes a significant event in the 5th century BC, where 20,000 slaves, mostly artisans, deserted during the Decelea War. The minimum figure mentioned, around 20,000 slaves during Demosthenes' era, suggests a ratio of about 1 slave per Athenian family. That's a lot of slaves. A more formal attempt to tally the population was made by Demetrius Valerius between 317 and 307, who reported 21,000 citizens, 10,000 metics, or resident foreigners, and a staggering, and I must laugh, 400,000 slaves in Attica. It is, of course, no laughing matter, but my God, to have that many slaves to that many citizens, it is really ridiculous. Now, this figure, translating to 13 slaves per free man, is of course viewed with skepticism by some scholars, who argue that such a ratio is of course implausible given the economic indicators of the time, such as wealth distribution and food supply logistics. 400,000. Absolutely hectic. Well, literary and historical sources indicate that owning slaves was commonplace among free Athenians, and of course it was so common that it was seen as completely normal, was simply a part of life to go down to the market, pick yourself up a shiny, brand new slave. Aristophanes' depiction of impoverished peasants with several slaves, and Aristotle's definition of a household including both freed men and slaves, underscore this norm. The absence of slave ownership marked an individual as more or less impoverished, as illustrated by a crippled man in Lysias' speech pleading for a pension because he couldn't afford a slave for assistance. Comparatively, the vast slave holdings seen among the wealthiest Romans were quite rare in Greece. Instances like Mnason, a contemporary of Aristotle, with 1,000 slaves, were exceptional. Even Plato, considered wealthy, owned only 5 slaves at his death. Only 5. Can you believe it? Ownership of up to 50 slaves was deemed indicative of significant wealth. So you see that the more slaves you had, well, it was a status symbol. It makes me think that perhaps you'd rather be with a person who owns quite a few slaves. Perhaps you could blend into the background and maybe not do too much work. Or perhaps if you were to abscond in the night, they may not notice your absence. Something to think about. Well, outside of Athens, Thucydides highlights Chios for having the highest proportional number of slaves, suggesting that the phenomenon of slavery was widespread, but varied throughout ancient Greece. This diversity in slave ownership underscores the complexity and centrality of slavery within the social and economic fabric of ancient Greek societies. So, how do you get them? How do we get so many slaves? Well, you see, the acquisition of slaves stemmed from 4 primary sources: warfare, piracy, banditry, and international trade, each contributing to the slave population in different measures across various periods and regions. Let's go through a few of them. Now, first up, of course, is warfare, a significant source of slaves. The victors in battle had the right to enslave the defeated, a practice that, while not systematic, was certainly widespread. For instance, here's an example. Thucydides documents the enslavement of 7,000 inhabitants of Hyccara in Sicily, who were sold for 120 talents in Catania. Similarly, the populations of Olynthus, not Olympus, Olynthus, in 348 BC, Thebes in 335 BC by Alexander the Great, and Mantinea by the Achaean League were all reduced to slavery. And I mean all of them. Even the kids. Of course, they could be slaves when they grow up. The enslavement of entire cities could, of course, be contentious, leading to some cities and generals to reject the practice or negotiate accords to prohibit it, or at least reel it back a little bit. Piracy and banditry also offered a continual supply of slaves. Pirates and bandits captured individuals and sold them if ransoms were not paid, or there was nobody to contact for the ransom, of course. Certain areas like Acarnania, Crete, and Aetolia were notorious for such practices, with piracy described as just a traditional way of life, just another job. The role of piracy in slave trading expanded with the Roman Republic's demand for slaves, leading to intensified piracy until the Romans curtailed it in the 1st century BC. Slave raids, a form of banditry, were especially prevalent in places like Thrace and the eastern Aegean, where locals were captured and sold through slave markets, which became the primary source of slaves from the 6th century BC onwards. The slave trade involved the exchange of slaves between kingdoms and states, with significant trading centers like Ephesus, Byzantium, and Tanais. Slaves were often war captives or victims of the aforementioned localized piracy, but some were very unfortunately sold into slavery by their own families. Imagine that. Well, evidence of the slave trade includes the specific nationalities present within the slave population, the use of ethnically descriptive names for slaves in comedies, and the strategic avoidance of concentrating too many slaves of a single nationality in one place to prevent revolts. They continued that tradition on for a very long time. You don't want them communicating, don't you? You just want them talking. The value of slaves varied based on their skills and the market demand, with prices reflecting both the abilities of the slaves and the market conditions of the time. Think supply and demand. Buyers at slave markets were also protected by guarantees against latent defects, allowing for the annulment of a sale if a slave was found to be crippled and this had not been disclosed. The spectrum of enslavement encompassed a vast array of statuses, from full citizenship to outright chattel slavery, including intermediate categories like the Penaste or the Helots in Sparta, disenfranchised citizens, freedmen, bastards, and metics, resident aliens. The common denominator among these varied statuses was the lack of civic rights, painting a complex picture of social stratification. Now, one expert in the field, Moses Finley, has outlined specific criteria to differentiate degrees of enslavement, focusing on various rights and possibilities, such as owning property, authority and power over others, legal rights and obligations, familial rights, the potential for social mobility, religious duties, and military obligations. These criteria highlight the nuanced differences between the many levels of societal standings within ancient Greece. Now back to Athens. Athenian slaves, considered property of their masters or the state as a whole, had their lives dictated by their owners. Their owners, of course, had the authority to sell, rent, or even give them freedom. Despite the ability to form familial bonds, these relations held no legal recognition, leaving families vulnerable to separation at the master's whim. The judicial system offered slaves fewer rights than citizens, obviously, with their testimonies often admissible only under torture, a reflection of their loyalty to their masters. So if your master was charged with something, you would be brought in, and they would not believe you because, of course, you wouldn't tell the truth. You would lie to protect your master. So the next step would be to put you on the rack, or whatever other torture device they would have. Now, despite this harsh reality, certain protections existed, depending on the time, albeit indirectly, such as the ability for a master to sue for damages if a slave was mistreated, or the public's right to prosecute a master for excessive cruelty, aimed more at curbing societal violence than protecting a slave. Therefore, the Greeks maintained complex laws regarding the treatment of slaves, including the prohibition of their execution without a trial, reflecting a societal concern for maintaining order and preventing the escalation of crimes that could harm the community as a whole. Regardless if it was a slave or not, you didn't want to hear somebody screaming and being beaten. Well, that could put down the value of the neighborhood, of course. Nobody wants that, regardless of who it's being done to. Slaves were integrated into their master's household and participated in civic and family cults, enjoying certain protections like the right to claim asylum in temples, highlighting a degree of humane treatment not universally afforded to slaves in other ancient cultures, of which we will get to in upcoming videos. We look forward to that, don't you? While slaves were generally barred from owning property, some managed to operate businesses, or even save money. What for? Well, to buy their freedom, of course. Well, this illustrates a level of economic agency. Athens, notably, had laws protecting slaves from indiscriminate violence, and even allowed them to fight alongside freed men in critical battles, recognizing their contribution to the city-state's defense. Sexual relations and obligations for slaves were strictly regulated, with severe punishments for transgressions, underscoring the control masters and the state exerted over the most personal and intimate aspects of the slaves' lives. Nonetheless, instances of compassion and justice, such as the liberation of slaves from exploitative conditions, coexisted alongside the harsher realities of their status. This intricate system of enslavement in ancient Greece reveals a society deeply entrenched in the nuances of status and rights, where the line between freedom and bondage was both stark and permeable, reflecting the complexities of human relations and societal organization. Manumission, or the practice of freeing slaves, was present in Chios as early as the 6th century BC, indicating a tradition of emancipation in ancient Greece. Initially, emancipation was an oral process, requiring only witnesses and sometimes a public ceremony at places like theaters or tribunals. Athens, however, banned public emancipations in the 6th century BC to prevent disorder. Obviously, the other slaves may get a little bit jealous and have some ideas of their own freedom if they were to see it so publicly flaunted. And we couldn't have that, couldn't we? By the 4th century BC, this practice of manumission had become more widely spread, leading to the creation of inscriptions on stone at sacred sites like Delphi and Dodona, dating mainly from the 2nd and 1st centuries BC and the 1st century AD. Sometimes Manumission was collective, as recorded on the island of Thasos in the 2nd century BC, often as a reward for slaves' loyalty during wars or some other kind of outstanding service. Typically, slaves had to buy their freedom, sometimes with loans from their masters or others. Emancipations often had religious aspects, with slaves sold to deities to guarantee their freedom, though civil emancipations through magistrates were also quite common. Freed slaves could gain complete or partial freedom, with the latter sometimes involving ongoing obligations to their former masters. However, if a freed slave was sued by their former master and found innocent, they could in this way achieve complete freedom. Well, even if they did, despite gaining their freedom, emancipated slaves did not enjoy the full rights of born citizens, and were hitherto subject to various obligations, akin to the status of metics or resident foreigners, highlighting the complex nature of social mobility and freedom in ancient Greece. Now, understanding the life of Greek slaves presents us with a lot of different challenges, with their existence often described through the lens of labor, discipline, and sustenance. Aristotle advocated for a more humane treatment of slaves, akin to raising children, suggesting that slaves could comprehend and respond better to reason than to force alone. Quite a radical idea for the time, to talk to your slaves rather than just beating them. Xenophon compared the management of slaves to domestic animals, with punishment for disobedience and rewards for good behavior. A drastic departure from Aristotle's more humane ideas. Greek literature frequently depicts the harsh realities of slave life, including routine beatings, a method used alongside the control of basic needs to compel work. Scenes from Aristophanes' plays illustrate this brutality, even going so far as to mock the misfortunes and conditions of slaves. All of this highlights how normalized this cruelty was within society. The experiences of slaves varied widely depending on their roles. Those working in the mines of Laurion or in brothels faced particularly severe conditions, while public slaves and those in professions like crafting or banking had more autonomy, sometimes even managing to save enough to buy their freedom without having to take loans. The potential for emancipation served as a significant motivation for many slaves. Despite the harsh conditions, some ancient texts remark on the comparatively better condition and treatment of Attic slaves, noting that their liberties and protections against arbitrary violence. However, the mass desertion of 20,000 slaves during the Peloponnesian War indicates the limits of this perceived leniency, especially among skilled workers who were perhaps among the better treatment in the slave hierarchy. The phenomenon of slave escapes was notable enough to inspire comedy plays in ancient Greece. Yet there's no record of large-scale revolts akin to Rome's Spartacus uprising, likely due to the dispersed nature of the slave population, which hindered collective action. Instances of individual defiance, including attempts on masters' lives, though rare, punctuate the narrative of slavery in ancient Greece, underscoring a complex picture of submission, resistance, and the human struggle for dignity and freedom. Thank you very much for listening today. What a horrible thing to learn about. Well, unfortunately, the practice of slavery continues into our modern world. Indeed, it still exists, and is certainly an evil that we should probably do a little bit more to root out. Well, all that we can do at the moment is learn about it and be aware. Thank you very much for joining me. I'm the ASMR historian, and once again it's been a pleasure. Always is, always will be. I will see you in the next video, where we'll have another exciting and perhaps more palatable topic. I'll see you next time. Good night, everyone. Slavery in ancient Rome was a multifaceted institution deeply ingrained in society and the economy. The labor force comprised of a spectrum of roles, from unskilled workers to educated professionals, all held in bondage under the pervasive system of ownership. While those toiling in fields, mines, and mills faced grueling conditions and limited prospects, a privileged class of skilled slaves held positions as artisans, educators, and even administrators, among other more clean roles. The prospect of manumission, or freedom, was a defining aspect of Roman slavery, offering a pathway to citizenship and integration into society. Hello everyone, and welcome back. Today I'm going to talk a little about slavery in ancient Rome. There is a few videos coming up on this topic, considering how deep and multifaceted it is, so I advise you to keep a lookout for them. Well, without further ado, let us begin. In the Roman world, distinctions between free labor and slavery were all a little bit blurry, with both groups often performing very similar tasks. Elite Romans, particularly landowners, viewed both slavery and wage labor as means of securing a workforce, emphasizing ownership and control over individuals. Under Roman law, slaves were treated as property, devoid of legal rights, subject to the whims of their owners. Brutal forms of punishment, including corporal chastisement and even summary execution, were unfortunately commonplace. highlighting the precarious existence of those held in bondage. Also, just before we continue on a topic like this, I don't want anybody in the comments saying how terrible the Romans were. Somebody said something in the comments the other day. He said, "We must be detached academics." And I absolutely adore those two words, detached academic. We can't be here with our modern morality, with everything we know now, judging the ancient people. So, now that that is the way, let's continue in a detached fashion. The origins of Roman slavery varied, encompassing war captives, kidnapped individuals, and those born into servitude. Military conquests provided a steady influx of slaves, and there were plenty of conquests, while piracy and just outright abduction posed risks to free individuals all across the Mediterranean. Despite legal measures to curb debt slavery, economic hardship drove some to unwillingly enter contractual servitude. The slave trade, largely unregulated and lucrative, thrived within the expansive borders of the Roman Empire. Slavery transcended racial and ethnic boundaries in ancient Rome, with individuals from diverse backgrounds susceptible to enslavement. Communities across the empire, including Jews and Christians, participated in the institution equally. Even modest households commonly possessed a small number of slaves, illustrating the widespread nature of the institution across Roman society. While slave rebellions, epitomized by Spartacus's uprising in the Third Servile War, video on that as well, occurred sporadically, individual escape was a more persistent form of resistance in the imperial era. Fugitive slave hunting emerged as a primary method of maintaining control, reflecting more of the pervasive enforcement of slavery within the society. Moral discussions surrounding slavery focused on the treatment of slaves. Unfortunately, abolitionist sentiments were virtually non-existent. Inscriptions, art, and writings provide glimpses into the perspectives of slaves and freed persons, offering insights into their lived experiences. Despite efforts to understand the complexities of Roman slavery, a definitive portrayal remains quite elusive, due to the diversity of roles and statuses among slaves and freed men. From Rome's earliest historical period, domestic slavery was a fundamental aspect of familial and societal structures. The concept of familia encompassed all dependents of a household, particularly slaves, who played integral roles in daily life. The paterfamilias, or head of the household, held absolute authority over all members, of course including slaves, with the power of life and death entrusted to him. This patriarchal control over the household was deeply ingrained in Roman society and dates back to legendary times. So, unlike their Greek neighbors, Rome boasted a pretty diverse population that integrated former slaves as citizens. Well, manumitted slaves were granted Roman citizenship. That was a freed slave, reflecting Rome's heterogeneous composition and inclusive approach to citizenship. By the way, don't get carried away. This doesn't look like a Netflix documentary. This is more of a thing where we have integrated Gauls, Germanics, Etruscans. Of course, there may have been a few Africans around, but like I said, this is no Hollywood movie. Moving on. The myths surrounding Rome's founding, such as the legend of Romulus and Servius Tullius, underscore the role of former slaves and freed men in the city's emergence and development, portraying them as integral contributors to Rome's strength and cultural fabric. After all, the Romans tended to have the attitude that they themselves could one day become slaves. Who knows how the tides could turn? So they lived with this in mind. Legal and religious frameworks pertaining to slavery emerged in Rome's earliest institutions, evident in the 12 Tables. That's the earliest Roman legal code. Provisions regarding manumission and the status of freed men highlighted the significant demographic of former slaves and their legal rights within the society. Legal scholars like Gaius and Ulpian delineated slavery as a concept recognized by ius gentium, the customary international law governing relations between nations and individuals. The practice of slavery in Rome was intertwined with warfare, of course, where victorious nations had what was effectively the right to enslave defeated populations. No such Geneva Convention in those days. Defensive wars, such as those fought against the Etruscans, that's the Italians of the day, mainly in Tuscany. Remember that Rome was a city-state first, before it was a republic or an empire. These wars fought against the Etruscans also contributed to the influx of slaves, meeting the growing demand for labor in agriculture and, of course, other sectors. Well, you wouldn't want to be working the fields all day, but it's slightly better than being in the mine, or being in the quarry, or who knows what other terrible jobs you could be stuck with. Rome gradually evolved into what we may say is a slave society, particularly following the Punic Wars. That was when they were fighting Carthage, the other empire. Well, we use that term broadly. Perhaps the empire that never was. Well, this war in particular saw a dramatic increase in the number of enslaved individuals. Of course, the Romans won that war. And when they did, well, there were a lot more Carthaginians and their subjects in Rome. Just not in the positions that they wanted to be in. By the 2nd century AD, slavery had become deeply entrenched in Roman society, and I mean very deeply, with the majority of the free citizens of Rome having ancestors who were once slaves. The possibility of manumission offered a pathway to freedom for some, but slavery remained a pervasive institution, shaping the social and economic landscape of ancient Rome. Yes, you had this opportunity of freedom, but it was a very dim light at the end of a very long and very dark tunnel. Good luck finding your way all the way to the end of that. Most people were better off just trying to run away. Just do your best to run as fast as you possibly can. Because if they find you, well, you're going to wish you had never made that choice. In early Rome, debt slavery was permitted under the harsh terms outlined in the 12 Tables, leaving free-born Romans vulnerable to enslavement due to financial hardship. However, a law enacted in the 4th century BC curtailed creditors' abilities to enslave defaulting debtors through private actions, although legal judgments could still compel debtors to work off their debts. Primary lawful means of enslaving a freeborn citizen recognized during the Republican era was through military defeat and capture under the ius gentium. Now back to the Punic War, because it's very important if we want to talk about the impact of slaves on Rome. During the Second Punic War, there were 3 all up. Carthaginian leader Hannibal Barca enslaved numerous war captives, presenting a significant challenge to Rome. Remember, the Romans themselves could become slaves too, if they were the ones on the receiving end of a defeat. Following defeats at battles such as Lake Trasimene and Cannae, which were complete disasters for the Romans, Hannibal sought to ransom the prisoners of war. But the Roman Senate, after quite heavy deliberation, decided to simply not pay the ransom. Instead, they sent a message emphasizing the importance of victory or death in battle. I'm sure the Roman soldiers were a little bit crestfallen upon receiving this news. Consequently, these captives remained enslaved, with some sold to Greeks, until their eventual recovery by Flaminius during the Second Macedonian War. This conflict, while increasing the number of slaves in Roman society, also exposed a significant portion of Roman citizens to the risk of enslavement. You give a little, you get a little. Throughout the later Republic and into the imperial period, thousands of Roman soldiers, citizens, and their slaves in the eastern territories fell captive to powers like the Parthians and the Sasanian Empire. The defeat of Marcus Crassus at the Battle of Carrhae in 53 BC resulted in the capture of 10,000 survivors by the Parthians, who marched them to Margiana in Bactria. That's all the way out in Afghanistan sort of area. Well, what happened to them? Unfortunately, their fate is unknown. So, perhaps you'd like to imagine what would happen to a Roman slave being taken by the Bactrians. Don't give yourself nightmares. Despite the loss of Roman military standards at Carrhae being a point of concern for the Roman authorities, there was considerably less official attention given to the liberation of Roman prisoners. Poets like Horace, writing decades after the battle, depicted these captives as married to barbarian women and serving in the Parthian army, reflecting their dishonored status and the challenges of restoring them to Rome. But remember, this may be complete bollocks, and the reason why is because a poet like Horace may have had an intent to make the Senate look a little less mean, a little less cruel, for not doing their best to take these prisoners back. You imagine, if you are the wife of a Roman soldier who is being captured, and you are begging the Senate to pay the ransom. The Senate cannot or refuses to pay. You start petitioning. Bring my husband home. He's the best husband. He's great. Well, perhaps somebody cooks up a story. Actually, your husband has already remarried. He's with this new barbarian woman, and he's even fighting for the enemy. Do you really want him back? Well, perhaps people were tricked, but this is just my own personal conjecture. We don't really have any sources that it was a lie, but one can imagine how it may have been politically motivated. Moving on. Valerian made history among the emperors, not in the way that he wanted to. You see, he made history by being the first Roman emperor to be captured after his defeat by Shapur I at the Battle of Edessa in AD 260. According to accounts from, albeit hostile Christian sources, the aging emperor endured a harrowing ordeal, treated as a slave, and subjected to various humiliations. Inscriptions and reliefs found at the Zoroastrian site of Naqsh-e-Rostam in southwest Iran commemorate Shapur's victories over the Romans, depicting emperors in subjugation and Roman legionaries paying tribute. Shapur's inscriptions proudly note that the Roman captives he enslaved hailed from all corners of the empire. Now, a Roman who became enslaved in war faced significant legal and social consequences. Losing his citizen rights at home, he forfeited his right to own property, dissolved his marriage, and if he held the position of head of a household, his legal authority over his dependents was all but suspended. Upon his release from slavery, his citizen status might be reinstated, along with his property and authority, but his marriage required a new agreement of consent from both parties to be re-established. The loss of citizenship stemmed from submission to an enemy sovereign state, distinguishing captives of war from those seized illegally by bandits or pirates, who retained their citizen status and could not be ransomed or freed without compromise. The process for reintegrating war captives, known as postliminium, involved their return after passing out of Roman jurisdiction and recrossing their own threshold. However, not all captives were eligible for reintegration. Treaties might permit the enemy to retain some as slaves of the enemy. You just hope that you're not on the receiving end of that agreement. Ransoms could be paid to redeem captives individually or collectively, with individuals ransomed by someone outside of their family required to repay the amount before regaining full rights. An investigative procedure established under Emperor Hadrian determined whether returned soldiers had been captured or surrendered willingly, with traitors, deserters, and those who had failed to attempt escape deemed ineligible for restoration of citizenship under the aforementioned system of postliminium. This postliminium law also applied to enemy seizure of movable property, allowing military support slaves to be taken by the enemy to be returned to their Roman owners and restored to their former slave status. Imagine being called movable property. Not the best nickname. Thus, postliminium served as a mechanism for reintegration and restoration of rights for both war captives and seized property, underpinning the legal framework of Rome's dealing with enemy captives and confiscated possessions. In ancient Roman law, the concept of liberty, or the absence of servitude, was central to the definition of a slave. Cicero emphasized that true liberty did not lie in having a just master, but rather in having no master at all. While the common Latin term for a slave was servus in Roman law, a slave as property was referred to as a mancipium, a term indicating possession, control, and of course, subordination. Agricultural slaves, certain farmland and even livestock, fell under the category of res mancipi, requiring a formal legal process for ownership transfer. The exclusive right to trade in res mancipi was a privilege reserved for Roman citizens only, distinguishing them from free non-citizen residents. At the pinnacle of Roman society was the Roman citizen who owned property, the pater familias, or head of the household. Within the domus, or household, the pater familias wielded significant power as the master, exercising control over both his free family members and the slaves of the household. This authority, known as vitae neciscepo testas, granted him the power of life and death over all members of the household, except his wife. Despite some legal protections, slaves lacked legal personhood and were essentially perpetual minors. They could not enter into contracts, initiate lawsuits, or provide testimony in court unless under torture. While some legal reforms in the imperial period aimed to mitigate the harsh treatment of slaves, such as penalties for unjust killings and the right to complain against mistreatment, slaves still faced significant limitations and, of course, significant abuses. For example, even though they gained some standing to complain about mistreatment, their inability to file lawsuits or testify without torture hindered their ability to seek justice. So there was really not much point. The rights they were given were rather hollow and pointless. Very unfortunate for the slaves. Moreover, laws under Constantine II targeted specific religious groups, such as Jews, restricting their ownership of Christian slaves and attempts to convert them to Judaism. Overall, while there were incremental improvements in the legal treatment of slaves over time, while they were still slaves, they remained vulnerable to exploitation and abuse, lacking the fundamental rights and protections enjoyed by their free Roman citizen counterparts. In Roman law, slaves were devoid of kinship ties and legal personhood, unable to enter into recognized forms of marriage or exercise patriarchal authority. Now, despite these limitations, slaves born into a household, or those in privileged positions, could form enduring unions known as contubernia, which were similar to marriages, but they could do this only within the same household. So if there was another slave in the household that had caught your eye, well, perhaps you could enter a union. Think about what a commitment ceremony is, as opposed to a marriage. It's kind of just pledging a little bit underneath what an actual marriage is in the eyes of the law. Now, while these unions were not legally recognized, these relationships often involved the rearing of children and were sometimes approved by the slave's owner, with the intention of marrying upon manumission. The master held the legal right to separate or sell family members, but evidence suggests that larger households and rural estates sometimes supported the formation of family units within slave populations. Roman jurists generally favored keeping slave families intact, and protections for them were incorporated into Roman law. Masters often included slave families in estate bequests, with provision for their continued unity even after the master's death. Augustus implemented laws regarding marriage and sexual morality, permitting legal unions between freed women and freeborn men of lower rank, and legitimizing their offspring. Freed women were obliged to marry their manumitting owners, becoming both their wives and clients. And while they could not divorce without their patron's consent, Roman women, including freed women, could initiate divorce under other circumstances. Now, despite being legally considered as property, Roman slaves could be allowed to hold and manage property, known as peculium, which they could use as if it was their own. This practice likely originated in agricultural settings, where slaves were given small parcels of land to cultivate for their sustenance. Over time, peculium evolved to include monetary allowances and profits from business activities conducted by slaves. It served as a means of encouraging agency among slaves and fostering an amount of self-sufficiency. The peculium also enabled slaves to save some earnings with the hope of purchasing their freedom, a chance at manumission. While there was a risk of the master reclaiming these earnings, imperial era protections allowed for the enforcement of manumission agreements between slaves and their masters. With business savvy, some freedmen amassed considerable wealth, highlighting the potential for economic advancement, even among the most downtrodden of the population. Manumission, the legal act of releasing a slave from their master's control, was a significant milestone for slaves seeking freedom. The term manumissio literally translates to releasing from the hand, symbolizing the liberation of the slave from bondage. Similarly, the release of a minor child from their father's legal authority, known as emancipatio, paralleled the processes of manumission for slaves. Slaves within the emperor's household were often freed between the ages of 30 to 35, although this should not be considered standard for all slaves, and it wasn't that good considering the life expectancy of the day. Young women of reproductive age also had a much higher chance of being manumitted, enabling them to marry and have legitimate children. However, manumission was not solely determined by age or length of service. Instead, it often resulted from negotiations between the master and the slave. There were 3 legally binding forms of manumission: by the rod, by the census, and by the terms of the owner's will, all ratified by the state. Manumission by the rod involved a fictitious trial before a magistrate, where a Roman citizen declared the slave free, and the magistrate confirmed it. Manumission by the census occurred when a slave was entered into the official roll of citizens during census taking. And finally, manumission by the owner's will could be conditional, such as requiring service or payment before or after the freedom. Informal manumission also occurred through methods such as a letter of intent or proclamation among friends. However, during the Republic, informal manumission did not grant citizenship, though Augustus later clarified the status of informally freed slaves. Laws like the Lex Fufia Caninia and subsequent legislation regulated manumission, limiting the number of slaves that could be freed through a master's will and setting age restrictions on manumission. By the early 4th century AD, things were about to change. As Christianity spread in the Roman Empire, slaves could be freed through a church ritual officiated by a bishop or priest. Constantine I issued edicts authorizing manumission within churches, allowing clergy to free their slaves with naught but a simple declaration. Subsequent laws, such as the Novella 142 of Justinian, further empowered bishops to grant freedom over slaves. Once legally manumitted by a Roman citizen, a male slave gained not only passive freedom from ownership, but also active political freedom, known as libertas, which included the right to vote. This transformed the slave into a libertus in relation to their former master, who then became their patron. Freedmen and patrons had reciprocal obligations within the traditional patronage system, and freedmen could also establish connections with other patrons. The legal responsibilities of freedmen were outlined in various laws and edicts. For instance, an edict in 118 BC specified that if a freedman were only legally responsible for services or projects agreed upon or sworn to in advance, and they could not be compelled to pay money. Furthermore, the Lex Alia Sentia of AD 4 allowed a patron to take his freedom to court for failing to fulfill the agreed-upon obligations, but the penalties did not include re-enslavement. As a social class, freed slaves were known as libertini, although latter writers used the term libertus and libertinus interchangeably. Libertini were not entitled to hold certain prestigious offices of Rome or achieve senatorial rank, but they could hold local offices in provinces and colonies. Limitations on freedmen did not extend to their sons, by the way. Now, during the early imperial period, some freedmen actually managed to wield considerable power, particularly those within the emperor's household. However, their influence was curtailed by laws enacted by emperors like Hadrian. Despite this, many of them found their success, such as Lucius Arlenus Demetrius and Lucius Arlenus Artedemorus, who established a profitable cloak dealership. Gotta do business somehow. Everybody needs a good cloak. Some freedmen accumulated significant wealth, really went on the grind. Another example was the owners of the House of the Vetii in Pompeii. Though you must remember that they may still face social stigma from the traditional aristocracy. However, not all freedmen enjoyed the same rights and privileges. Those categorized as dediticae held no rights even after being freed. as they were considered a potential threat to society due to their previous treatment by their masters. The dedictii were excluded from the universal grant of Roman citizenship made by Caracalla in AD 12. Well, what do you think? Do you think the laws might have at least offered some credence to the slaves? After all, they have to have something. One could perhaps argue that slavery in Roman times was a lot more humane than the slavery of the transatlantic slave trade. And of course a lot more humane than the Barbary pirates and the Arab slave trades. Well, we're not here to argue about that and add up the worst possible parts of slavery. We can all just agree that it was in general pretty awful. But what is not awful is clicking that like button and the subscribe button. I don't know if you heard the school bell in the background, but that's a good place to end it on. Well, good night, everybody. I'll see you in the next video. During the period of Roman imperial expansion, the Roman economy underwent significant transformations due to the increase in wealth among the elite and the substantial growth of slavery. Wealthy landowners in Italy purchased multitudes of slaves to work on their vast estates, resulting in a boom in land investment and also agricultural production. According to some, Rome's military conquests and the influx of vast wealth and slaves into Italy had effects comparable to widespread and rapid technological innovation. Hello everyone and welcome. If it's your first time to the channel, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's a pleasure to have you back here with me. If you'd like to support the channel, the best thing you can do is leave a comment, like the video and subscribe. This certainly helps the algorithm. And if you would like to go above and beyond, feel free to follow the link in the comments to my Patreon, where all videos are ad-free. Without further ado, let's get on to our video for today. The slave economy of Rome. Scholars hold differing views on how Roman slavery fits within the theories of labor markets in the broader economy. Some, like the economic historian Peter Demin, argue that Rome had a functioning labor market with a unified labor force, in which slavery played its own crucial role. In this perspective, both free and enslaved workers could earn wages, and wages fluctuated in response to labor shortages. This dynamic labor market allowed for mobility and incentivized skilled slaves to make their own way through life, contributing to market dynamism and economic growth. What the Roman jurist Papinian referred to as the regular daily traffic in slaves was a pervasive aspect of life throughout the Roman Empire, extending across borders and involving every part of its vast territory. Despite its widespread nature, the slave trade was only lightly regulated by law. Slave markets were present in most cities of the empire, with Ephesus emerging as a major center, at least outside of Rome itself. However, within Italy, Rome stood out as the largest market, with slave traders prominently operating next to the Temple of Castor at the Forum Romanum. Puteoli likely ranked as the second busiest market, while trading also found its place in Brundisium, Capua, and Pompeii. Aquileia, situated across the Alps, served also as an important hub for importing slaves into Italy. Most likely, slaves run in Gallic conquests, and perhaps kidnapped Germanic peoples. The rise and subsequent fall of Delos serves as a poignant illustration of the volatility and disruptions inherent in the slave trade during the Roman era. In the eastern Mediterranean, the policing efforts of the Ptolemaic Kingdom of Egypt and Rhodes had managed to somewhat curtail piratical kidnapping and illegal slave trading. However, Rome's burgeoning trade activity and expanding dominance in the region, especially following their victories against Carthage in the Punic Wars, brought about significant changes. While Rhodes had long maintained its reputation as a bastion of law and order, the arrival of Italian entrepreneurs, if we may call them that, in the latter part of the 3rd century posed a challenge to its regulatory barriers. Delos, situated strategically, became a preferred destination for these new traders. In 166 BC, the Romans dealt a severe blow to Rhodes by declaring Delos a free port, eliminating the need for merchants to pay customs taxes. Consequently, Delos experienced a surge in the piratical slave trade, with little scrutiny over the source or even the status of the captives. While exaggerated figures like Strabo's claim of 10,000 slaves traded daily may be hyperbolic, there is no denying that slaves became the primary commodity in Delos. Many of these slaves traded in Delos eventually found themselves working in the vast agricultural operations of Sicily's latifundia. These same slaves would later play pivotal roles in the slave rebellions of 135 and 104 BC. Can you really blame them? However, as Rome established more sophisticated training centers in the east, Delos lost its status as a free port. Subsequently, the city suffered devastating sackings during the Mithridatic Wars in 88 and in 69 BC, and it never really recovered. Other cities, such as Mytilene, possibly absorbed some of Delos's former trade. Possibly. Ultimately, Delos's slave economy, artificially inflated by Roman policies, faltered, contributing to the persistence of piracy in the region, which continued to plague Rome for centuries to come. The eastern regions of the Roman Empire served as significant sources of slaves, the prominent trade centers facilitating the exchange of human labor. Ephesus, situated in Lydia, Caria, Phrygia, Galatia, and Cappadocia, emerged as a hub for this trade. Legendary figures like Aesop, the Phrygian fabulist, were said to have been sold in Ephesus. Other cities like Pergamum and Acmonia in Phrygia likely saw regular and substantial slave trading activities due to their prosperity. Apamea in Phrygia, according at least to the accounts of Strabo, rivaled Ephesus in trade importance, serving as a crucial hub for imports from Italy and Greece, and exporting slaves as its primary commodity. Although evidence is scant, markets likely existed in regions like Syria and Judea as well. Looking towards the North Aegean, Amphipolis stood out as a potential center for Thracian slave trading, as evidenced by a monumental memorial dedicated to a slave trader found in the area. Byzantium played its own role in the Black Sea slave trade, with slaves from Bithynia, Pontus, and Paphlagonia likely being traded in cities along the Propontis. These regions formed a complex network of slave markets, facilitating the flow of human chattel across borders and contributing significantly to the Roman economy. The discovery of Roman coin hoards dating back to the 60s BC in Dacia, that's modern-day Romania, by the way, has raised intriguing questions about the dynamics of the slave trade in the region. Scholars have interpreted this abundance of coin hoards as evidence that Pompey's successful efforts to suppress piracy led to an increase in the slave trade along the lower Danube basin to meet the growing demand. These hordes become less frequent in the 50s BC, coinciding with Julius Caesar's campaigns in Gaul, which provided a new source of slaves to the market. And they all came with their own funny little mustache. Just to lighten the mood for you a little bit there. However, they resurge in frequency during the 40s and 30s BC. Archaeological excavations into the 21st century have continued to uncover evidence of slave trafficking in parts of the Roman Empire where it had previously been undocumented. And you wouldn't believe where. All the way up to Roman London. That's right. Perhaps a little north of Hadrian's Wall, they were doing a few little raids and bringing back some exotic slaves. Imagine for a moment that you are a Briton, captured by the Romans, sold in London, taken all the way down to Italy, or even Byzantium. Perhaps you would even be taken so far as Alexandria. Who knows what rich Roman family could purchase you, or what fate awaits you. The trade of slaves from regions beyond the Roman borders was not uncommon. Literary sources like Strabo and Tacitus, as well as epigraphical evidence, certainly seem to attest to this practice. For instance, Thracians were known for their readiness to exchange slaves for salt. Now, it is actually extremely important to get as much salt as possible. After all, you have to preserve your food somehow. Historical accounts also mention the exchange of slaves for goods like wine in pre-conquest Gaul. And if you haven't seen my video about pre-conquest Gaul, well, you probably don't know how much of a taste for wine the Gauls actually had, especially Italian wine. Apparently, it was their favorite. Scholars like Walter Schiedel have suggested that slaves, or enslavables, were traded across borders from various regions, including present-day Ireland, Scotland, Eastern Germany, southern Russia, the Caucasus, the Arabian Peninsula, and parts of Africa, referred to as the Sudan. So, it's probably Sudan, right? Parthian Empire in the east likely absorbed much of the supply from these regions. Slaves traded on the market were referred to as emptisi, meaning purchased ones. They were distinct from the home-reared slaves born within the familia. If you watched my other video on how Roman slaves came to be, then you'll know that slaves born to slaves were automatically slaves themselves. Talk about inheriting mum and dad's family business, right? Well, emptisi were typically acquired for everyday tasks or labor, but some fetched high prices if they possessed specialized skills or exceptional qualities, such as beauty. I'll spare you the explanation of why. Most of the slaves traded on the market were in their teens and 20s. In Diocletian's edict on price controls in 301 AD, a maximum price for skilled slaves aged 16 to 40 years old was established, with their value set at to double that of an unskilled slave. Actual pricing would vary on factors such as time and place, of course. Real pricing evidence is scarce, unfortunately, primarily known from papyri documents preserved in Roman Egypt, where the practice of slavery may not reflect conditions in Italy or the wider empire. From the mid-1st century BC, the Edict of the Aediles, who oversaw market transactions, included provisions aimed at protecting the buyers of slaves. Sellers were required to disclose any diseases or any other defects at the time of sale. Information about the slave would be written on a tablet hung from their neck, or announced it by the auctioneer at the time of the sale. Prospective buyers were allowed to inspect the slave, ask questions, and even request them to be undressed to ensure there were no concealed defects. How humiliating. My God. Ugh. Special markings or signs might indicate the warranty status or the origins of the slave. A rare depiction of a slave auction on a funeral monument from the same period as the Edict of Diocletian shows a male slave standing on a pedestal-like structure, with an auctioneer and a potential buyer nearby. This monument, set up by a familia or former slaves, suggests either a depiction of their own history or a prideful portrayal of successful and honest business dealings. If defects were fraudulently concealed, a 6-month return policy required the dealer to take back the slave and issue a full refund, or at least offer a partial refund during an extended warranty of 12 months. Roman jurists carefully defined what constituted a defect, distinguishing between issues like missing teeth, which were not really considered defects, since healthy infants typically lacked teeth. Although slaves were legally considered property, they were not regarded as mere merchandise, and those who sold them were not classified as merchants or traders, but rather as sellers. The Latin word for slave trader was venalicius or venalicarius, derived from venalis, meaning something that can be bought, particularly as a substantive referring to a human being for sale. Another term was mango, with the plural mangones, not the fruit, by the way, although calling them mangoes sounds like some kind of in-joke insult. Perhaps we can call them mangoes from now on. Well, this word mangones is likely of Greek origin, and carried the connotations of a trickster or a dealer in bodies. Slave traders were often depicted as dishonest and engaged in deceptive practices, although moral judgments were typically focused on defrauding customers rather than the concern for the welfare of the slaves. Think about the stereotype of a used car salesman. I'm sure we've all met one of them. Remember the dad of Matilda? Danny DeVito, yeah. That sort of thing. We may think of that when we think of a Roman slave trader. So slimy. Ugh. While the senatorial class generally viewed commerce as beneath them, there was widespread rhetoric condemning slave traders in Latin literature. Notably, while slaves feature prominently in the comedies of Plautus, major characters who are slave traders are notably absent. The identities and social standing of professional slave traders are not extensively documented in ancient sources. They likely formed trade organizations, possibly to lobby for legislation and raise investment capital. Most known slave traders were Roman citizens, with many being freedmen. Some slave traders, like Tyrannius Flaccus, had prominent social connections, with figures like Mark Antony relying on them for the procurement of good and strong slaves. A few slave traders openly identified themselves as such in their epitaphs, indicating a level of comfort with their occupation. But only a few of them did this. It makes you wonder if The other ones were perhaps gauging in some introspection towards the end of their lives. Inscriptions recognizing them as benefactors suggest that they were prosperous and locally prominent. The Genius Venelici, a guardian spirit associated with the slave market, was honored in these inscriptions, reflecting the normalization of the slave trade as a typical commercial enterprise. Slaves were also sold by individuals whose primary livelihoods lay in other professions, and by merchants dealing primarily in other goods. In late antiquity, Galatians protected by powerful patrons became prominent in the North African slave trade. Elite owners generally acquired slaves through intermediaries, although some, like the future Emperor Vespasian, may have directly engaged in slave trading to restore their fortunes. Yeah, Vespasian most likely did. It sounds like something he would do. During the Roman Republic, the state's revenue from slaveholding was limited, with taxes primarily imposed on manumissions and certain wealthy slave owners. A tax on manumissions, set at 5% of the slave's estimated value, was introduced in 357 BC. By the way, manumissions is kind of like emancipation. It's setting a slave free. You would have known this if you watched my other video on slavery, Did you watch it? Go and watch it after this one. Additionally, in 183 BC, Cato the Elder imposed a sumptuary tax on slaves valued at 10,000 asses or more, calculated at a rate of 3 denarii per 1,000 asses, based on the assessed value 10 times the purchase price. However, an attempt to impose a tax on slave ownership by the triumvirs in 40 BC faced strong opposition and did not materialize. Frankly, most likely because most Roman citizens actually had slaves. It became that cheap to get them that it was very normal. In fact, if you only had one slave, well, you were seen as kind of lower class. The taxation of Roman citizens as purchasers of slaves began under Augustus, some 50 years later in AD 7, with the tax rate set at 2%. It's funny how if it doesn't pass in the first place, they just wait a little while, and when you're not looking, they up the taxes. Well, this tax was estimated to generate significant annual revenues, indicating a large volume of slave sales. Under Nero, the slave sales tax was increased again, and not just a little bit, it was doubled, from 2% all the way to 4%, albeit with misguided attempts to shift the burden to the seller. Of course, what does the seller do when his prices are raised? He passes it on to the consumer. So, yes, it was extremely misguided to do this. Tariffs on the import and export of slaves in Italy and across the empire were collected at harbor customs. For example, in AD 137, customs dues in Palmyra for teenage slaves amounted to 2 to 3% of their value. Similarly, at Zarai in Roman Numidia, the tariff for a slave was equivalent to that of a horse or a mule. How embarrassing. Interestingly, a law of the censures exempted the head of the household, the paterfamilias, from paying harbor tax in Sicily on slaves brought into Italy for direct employment within the household, reflecting a distinction between slaves integrated into household life and those acquired for profit. But then again, how were you meant to prove either way? You could just say that, oh no, he's not working in the fields. He's actually just doing the cooking. It's just a coincidence that he's 6'5" and full of muscle. But that's okay. I'm sure he'll make a good chef. Slaves in ancient Rome were employed for a wide array of occupations, falling into categories such as household service, urban crafts, imperial or public service, agriculture, and, if you were really unlucky, manual labor, like being thrown down into a mine or working on some terrible quarry. Both free and enslaved labor were utilized across these sectors, with the proportion varying depending on the task and the time period. Legal texts emphasize the protection of slaves' skills from misuse. For example, it was deemed inappropriate to assign tasks that didn't align with a slave's expertise, such as using a stage actor as a bath attendant, or sending a professional athlete to clean latrines. Labor, whether free or enslaved, was genuinely viewed as a form of submission in the ancient world, with wage earning often equated to slavery by the governing class. I'm sorry if you're listening on night shift. Hey, Weed Wizard, if you're out there listening on night shift, don't feel too bad, you're making money, okay? Love you, bro. Household slaves performed a multitude of roles, including barber, butler, cook, hairdresser, handmaid, even up to accountants, seamstresses, and physicians. Perhaps even a teacher, but a slave like that is pretty expensive in the first place. Large households often had specialized roles, such as those dedicated to wardrobe upkeep, mirrors, or jewelry. Some wealthy households leased out specialists, or allowed them to run their own shops as part of the peculium. Now in Roman Egypt, apprenticeship contracts preserved in papyri indicate the training required for various skilled occupations. For example, a beautician required a 3-year apprenticeship. Well, the Egyptians were quite into their makeup. Elite households during the imperial era could be supported by hundreds of slaves, with estimates suggesting an average of 100 slaves per domus during Augustus's time. Many of the slaves in Rome served in the houses of the senatorial and equestrian classes. While the living conditions of urban household slaves could vary, and they did, they often enjoyed a higher standard of living, at least when compared to many of the free urban poor, although they still typically lived in crowded conditions, in basement rooms, or in cramped spaces. In the city of Rome, slaves not attached to a domus were often engaged in various trades and manufacturing activities, These occupations included roles such as fullers, engravers, shoemakers, bakers, and even mule drivers. It's important to note that the Roman domus, by the way, sorry, I forgot to mention domus is household, wasn't solely a private residence in the modern sense. Business activities were commonly conducted within the domus, and some of the first floor rooms facing the street might have been used as shops or rented out as commercial spaces. Tends to blur the line between household work and general urban labor, doesn't it? As the work done or goods may be done by enslaved labor from these storefronts, either way, it contributed to the city's economy. So remember when you're going through the port and they ask you, is this slave working in the house or is he working in a business? Well, technically, the house is the business. Well, if you're running a little bakery or some kind of takeaway shop, which they did have, by the way, in ancient Rome, lots of fast food available, then I suppose you could get away with blurring that definition. Until the end of the 2nd century BC, skilled labor in Italy, such as pottery design and manufacture, was carried out by free workers. However, by the imperial era, as many as 90% of the workers in these areas may have been slaves, or at least former slaves. There is evidence also of training programs and apprenticeships for slaves, albeit briefly documented. Talented slaves could be identified at a young age and trained in the trades requiring artistry or certain expertise. For example, there are records of young slaves apprenticing as goldsmiths, or perhaps in the textile industry. Apprenticeship contracts from Roman Egypt, as we mentioned before, provide more detailed terms, including provisions for feeding, clothing, and even paying the apprentice. And believe it or not, they also were entitled to holidays and sick days. Believe it or not, they gave the slaves sick days. These contractual arrangements indicate that slaves on a skills track could have had opportunities, bargaining power, and relative social security comparable to, or even exceeding that of free but low-skilled workers who were scratching out a living at subsistence level. The success of freed men in Roman society may have motivated slave owners to invest in the training of skilled slaves, potentially leading to opportunities for the slaves to gain freedom and become successful members of society. Remember, as mentioned in my other slavery in ancient Rome video, if you had enough money as a slave, you could work your way out of it. That's right, you could buy your own freedom. That was the laws of manumission. In the city of Rome, the actual city, not the empire as a whole, as the city tended to run a little bit differently, both working people and their slaves typically lived in insulae, which were multi-story buildings with shops on the ground floor and apartments above. These apartments often lacked proper kitchens, typically having only a charcoal brazier for cooking. As a result, food preparation and sale were widespread activities conducted by both free and slave labor at pubs, bars, inns, and food stalls, known as taberne, capoane, popine, and thermopolia. However, establishments offering carry-out and dining-in options were primarily establishable and accessible to the lower classes. Fine dining, believe it or not, they also had. It was the feature of wealthy homes that employed enslaved kitchen staff. And if you've ever worked in a kitchen yourself, you will know that it's just like being a slave. I speak from experience. This staff typically included a head chef, a sous chef, and of course his assistants. There were specialized training programs for various culinary tasks, such as poultry carving, which Seneca mentions actually, and carvers who underwent rigorous training to meet the exacting standards of their profession. Now, in terms of architecture, while architects in the Roman world were usually free-born men for hire, or simply just freed men who knew the trade, there were also some high-profile enslaved architects. Examples include Corumbus, who was the slave of Caesar's friend Balbus, and Tychicus, who was owned by the Emperor Domitian. These enslaved architects played significant roles in shaping the built environment of Rome, and sometimes were sent out to other cities in the empire. Farm slaves, probably the most common, known as familia rustica, likely lived in conditions that were more healthful compared to their urban counterparts engaged in trade and manufacturing. In Roman agriculture, it was expected that the majority of the workforce on a farm would consist of slaves. That was just the normal situation. These farm slaves were often compared to speaking versions of the animals they tended. For instance, Cato asked farm workers to dispose of old, sickly slaves in the similar manner to worn-out oxen, highlighting the utilitarian view of slaves as property rather than individuals. Columella even recommended housing slaves next to the animals they cared for. That's pretty mean, isn't it? Imagine the smell. Roman law explicitly equated farm slaves with quadrupeds kept in herds, emphasizing their subordinate status. Of course, once again, the slaves who knew a trade or were doing something else besides farm work, well, they were treated quite a bit better than this. Unlike skilled urban or household slaves, farm slaves were less likely to be granted freedom through manumission. You were kind of stuck. Large farms employing slaves for tasks such as planting and harvesting were not only common in Europe, but also in the Eastern Empire, as referenced in the Christian Gospels. On farms, the ratio of male slaves to female slaves was highly disproportionate, with males possibly making up to as much as 80% of the workforce. Female slaves on farms typically engaged in less back-breaking tasks like spinning and weaving wool, making clothes, and working in the kitchen. The management of farm slaves was overseen by a villicus, who often held the status of a slave himself. A slave driver, basically, just like we see in the systems of the cotton plantations of the southern United States. Now, male slaves who demonstrated loyalty and leadership skills might be granted the privilege to form long-term relationships with female slaves, and even have children. This arrangement, known as contubernia, was especially desirable for the villicus, that slave driver who managed, quote-unquote, managed the farm slaves. I'm sure that many of the female slaves would be trying to partner up with him to get a bit of a better deal. Of course, you wouldn't be making your wife work too hard now, wouldn't you? From the Middle Republic onwards, unruly or unmanageable slaves on farms might be punished by confinement to an ergastulum, which was a work barracks where slaves subjected to chaining were kept. Columella suggested that every farm should have an ergastulum to maintain discipline among the slave workforce. That's right. If you got too out of line, you wouldn't be able to just go home and sleep at the end of the night. No, you would be chained up like some sort of hostage at a bandit camp. Not good. Not good at all. And good luck working on a poor night's sleep. In the Republican era, one of the punishments that slaves feared most was hard labor in chains at various operations such as mills, bakery, or work farms. An early example of this punishment occurred when escaped captives from the war with Hannibal were put in chains and sent to work in a quarry after they rebelled in 198 BC. That ought to teach 'em. In the imperial era, citizens convicted of crimes were not sentenced to prison terms, but were instead sentenced to hard labor and sent to these horrible camps where they would work in mines, quarries, or mills. Those condemned to the mines, known as metallici, by the way, lost their citizenship, forfeited their property to the state, and became slaves as a legal penalty. They were not able to buy their freedom, be sold, or set free. They were expected to live and die in the mines. In the later empire, their status was indicated by a tattoo, which was placed on their forehead. Hard to cover that one up. Tens of thousands of convicts were sentenced to harsh conditions in mines and quarries, with Christians feeling particularly targeted by this punishment. The practice of condemning free inhabitants of the empire to conditions of slavery degraded the citizenship status of the lower classes. Women could also be sentenced to lighter work in the mines, but generally they would be sentenced to other duties, unless it was a particularly strong woman. She wasn't too much use carrying around all of the heavy loads of ore. Don't want to get cancelled. That's just the reality. Convict labor was also utilized in public works, quarrying, mining, and possibly in salt works. In the 3rd and 4th centuries, free people began to be sentenced to hard labor in factories that produced clothing for the military and imperial household. The use of convict labor may have compensated for a declining supply of war captives, and the cruelty of the punishment was meant to demonstrate the coercive power of the state. It all sounds pretty terrible, doesn't it? Well, my 46% of listeners who are from the United States, you may want to have a look at your own prison system. Perhaps it's not as bad as this, but I've seen some rather horrifying material. Anyway, and despite the common modern image of galley slaves, the Roman navy did not regularly employ them, except in times of war, where there was a shortage of free oarsmen. A galley slave is one of those poor souls who would be down below the decks of the boat, rowing and rowing and rowing. Difficult job. But think of the gains. While it's likely that merchants occasionally used enslaved oarsmen for shipping, the practice is once again not well documented. A servus publicus populi Romani was a slave owned not by a private individual, but by the Roman people collectively. Now these were public slaves, and they worked in various capacities in temples, public buildings, and especially in the public treasury. Their duties ranged from general tasks such as serving the college of pontiffs and magistrates to more specialized roles like messengers, revenue collection, archives management, waterworks maintenance, firefighting, and other public works. Some highly skilled public slaves even performed office work, such as accounting and secretarial services. Do you think that's interesting? Now, despite being slaves, public slaves were often entrusted with managerial roles and had the opportunity to earn money for their own use. They received a yearly stipend from the treasury for their services. Moreover, public slaves held testamentary rights that even informally manumitted freedmen did not themselves possess. They could write a will and bequeath up to half of their estate, and they could also receive bequests from others. Due to their opportunities to prove their merit, public slaves had higher chances of manumission, compared to private slaves at least. During the Roman Republic, a public slave could be freed by a magistrate's declaration, with the prior authorization of the Senate, of course. In the imperial era, freedom would be granted by the emperor. It's also worth noting that a public slave acquired their position independently, and it was not passed down to their children. While women did not serve in governmental positions, they were not themselves considered public slaves in the same privileged sense as a male servus publicus. However, women could temporarily come under the possession of the state as captives or confiscated property. If a woman was the quasi-marital partner of a public slave, she could share some of his privileges. Gladiators, entertainers like actors and dancers, and night walkers, as I call them, occupied a social limbo of infamia or disrepute in ancient Rome, regardless of whether they were enslaved or technically free. Like slaves, they lacked certain legal rights and protections, such as the ability to bring a case in court or hold public office. In a legal sense, infamia was an official loss of standing for a freeborn person as a result of their misconduct, which could be imposed by a censor or a praetor as a legal penalty. Individuals deemed infamies faced few legal protections, even if they were Roman citizens not subject to being traded as slaves. They were liable to corporal punishment, and often lived a life not much different from slaves within the same area of employment. However, they did have control over their income, and more freedom to make decisions about their living arrangements. The lack of legal standing for infames stemmed from the perceived morally suspect nature of their work, which involved catering to the desires of others for pleasure. Now, actors were considered subversive because their theaters were venues for free speech, and they could mock politicians from the stage. How dare they? Gladiators, on the other hand, were quite often slaves, although skilled free volunteers also participated. Freeborn gladiators erased the distinction between citizen and slave by taking an oath to subject their bodies to physical abuse, including branding and beatings. Now, women of the night had to be registered, and while it was legal throughout the Roman Empire, it was viewed as worse than slavery by many Romans. Selling a slave against their will to a training camp for gladiators was considered a punishment, and rather poor form. And there were bans on selling slaves to pimps or gladiator management without cause. Legislation under Christian emperors also forbade masters from employing slaves as stage actors against their will, or preventing actors from retiring from the theater. The Christianization of Rome in the later days played a significant role in the eventual decline, or full-on abolition, of traditional spectacles and games like gladiator matches and public theatrical performances, as the church simply didn't like it. Well, the arbiters of all that is okay for us common folk to see have decided against the public spectacle. Thank you for guiding us. Well, I've reached the end of my talk for this evening. What a horrible, gruesome topic. Think about it, with how many slaves the Romans had. Perhaps one of your ancestors was a slave too. As I said, they were getting slaves from Gaul, Britannia, Germania. Now I assume that quite a few of you have roots from those areas. I certainly do have my roots from Britannia. A long, long line of roots. Thanks again for listening. That's enough for me. I'm tired. Good night, everybody. Take yourself back a few thousand years and imagine you find yourself in that most unpleasant of situations. You've become a slave, and you're in the Roman Empire. Well, what was that like? Do you know? If you don't, you're about to find out. I'm about to tell you how exactly one would find themselves in that most horrible of positions. So if you'd like to join me, I'd invite you to get relaxed, and we can begin our topic on how to become a slave in ancient Rome. In ancient Rome, the path to slavery was multifaceted, reflecting the complexities of Roman society. One common route, of course, was capture in warfare, where individuals from conquered territories were enslaved and subsequently brought back to Rome. But it wasn't just that route. Debt bondage also played a significant role, with free-born citizens sometimes being forced into slavery, or even putting their own hand up to become a slave if they couldn't repay their debts. Children born to slave parents were automatically considered slaves themselves, while criminals could be sentenced to slavery as a kind of punishment. Additionally, illegal practices such as abduction and trafficking contributed to swelling the slave population. Surprisingly, some individuals even chose voluntary enslavement as a last resort to escape poverty. These are the kinds of things we're going to discuss today. This diverse array of circumstances that demonstrates the pervasive nature of slavery in ancient Rome, affecting individuals from various backgrounds and various situations. There was a saying in ancient Rome: slaves are either born or made. In the ancient Roman world, individuals could find themselves enslaved for any number of reasons. So let's start from the beginning. The fear of slavery was palpable and not merely rhetorical, as expressed in Roman literature. A significant portion of the enslaved populations was considered verne, individuals born to slave mothers within households or on agricultural estates. Some scholars suggest that free individuals selling themselves into slavery may have actually been more common than many literary sources alone suggest. However, determining the relative populations of these causes of enslavement still remains a source of scholarly debate. During the Republican era, that's from around 509 to 27 BC, by the way, warfare stood as arguably the principal source of slaves, marking a notable surge in the Roman slave population during the Middle and Late Republic eras. Battles could yield captives ranging from hundreds all the way to tens of thousands, often being brought wholesale by slave dealers who accompanied Roman legions. Julius Caesar's siege of the walled town of the Aduatuci during the Gallic Wars serves as a stark example of this. Take a guess how many slaves they got from that one battle. Have you guessed? Well, I may as well tell you. Caesar reportedly sold the entire population of 53,000 to slave dealers the very same day. And I'm sure for a pretty nice profit as well. Not bad for a day's work. This trend persisted throughout the imperial period, albeit with war captives gradually becoming less pivotal as a source of slavery, especially after the major campaigns of Augustus concluded. Despite this, the so-called Pax Romana, the Roman peace of the 1st and 2nd centuries, continued to yield slaves in notable quantities. The impact of warfare on specific regions is exemplified by the province of Judea during the Jewish-Roman Wars, as from AD 66 to 135, which saw a significant influx of slaves. The Great Jewish Revolt of AD 66 to 70 alone led the enslavement of approximately 97,000 individuals, albeit this was over the course of those 4 to 5 years, with subsequent events such as the actions of the future Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus further contributing to the slave population. The aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt in AD 137 notably once again flooded the Roman market with over 100,000 slaves, resulting in a temporary oversupply and a significant drop in slave prices. This demonstrates how warfare not only fueled the Roman slave economy, but also influenced expansionist actions, with conquests like Britain, Mauritania, and Dacia potentially pursued for their manpower resources. The term servus in Roman culture has an etymology linked to war captivity, suggesting that it originated from the practice of commanders selling captives to spare their lives. This association between enslavement and the preservation of defeated enemies is reflected in Roman mythology, where figures like Romulus were credited with integrating war captives into society through enslavement rather than execution. Julius Caesar's actions during the Gallic Wars provide a historical example of this practice, as survivors were sold sub corona, under the wreath, symbolizing their salvation from death. This cultural belief and connection between defeat in war and enslavement extended beyond the myth and the history, permeating Roman society and shaping many artistic representations. Imperial art often depicted captives, not only in official propaganda but also on household items like pottery and figurines and lamps, reinforcing the notion that enslavement was a common consequence of military conquest and a symbol of power and triumph. Piracy has long been intertwined with the grim practice of human trafficking. The primary aim of kidnappers was not necessarily immediate enslavement, but rather the simple pursuit of profit. People just trying to make a living, scratch out some kind of work in a very difficult world. Captives were often held for ransom, with their relatives expected to pay hefty sums for their release. Those invested in securing the captive's freedom were often willing to pay more than what the captive might fetch at a slave auction, considering factors such as individual qualities and, of course, social status. However, there were instances where the ransom demands could unfortunately not be met. In such cases, the captive's fate hung in the balance, dependent on whether their owner deemed the ransom amount worthwhile. In scenarios where multiple individuals were taken from the same city, efforts to secure their release could extend to public funds, albeit once again with uncertain outcomes. Desperate captives sometimes resorted to borrowing ransom money from opportunistic lenders, effectively plunging themselves into debt bondage. Selling the kidnapped victim on the open market, well, that was seen as a last resort. You'd get better money from a private sale. The precariousness of travel during ancient times is exemplified by the story of Julius Caesar, who himself fell victims to Cilician pirates in his youth. That's right, he was captured. Recognizing his high value, however, the pirates demanded a substantial ransom of 20 talents. They knew what they had. Well, legend has it that Caesar, displaying his characteristic boldness, insisted that they raise the ransom to 50 talents. Enduring 38 days in captivity, he waited for the ransom to be delivered. Upon his eventual release, Caesar is said to have sought retribution against his captors, subjecting them to the same fate reserved for slaves: crucifixion. That's right. After the ransom was paid, well, he got some guys, went back, and taught them a lesson. It's a pretty Chad move, I will say. Now, within the Jewish community, the redemption of enslaved Jews was often encouraged by rabbis, reflecting a sense of communal responsibility and compassion. However, they also cautioned against paying inflated ransoms, advising that captives should not be redeemed for more than their asserted value. This perspective was rooted in the belief that excessive ransoms could inadvertently incentivize further enslavement by motivating Romans to capture more Jews. Similarly, in the early Christian church, the act of ransoming captives was considered more like an act of charity, with churches dedicating significant resources to redeem Christian prisoners following the empire's conversion to Christianity. During the 2nd century BC, systematic piracy for the purpose of human trafficking reached its zenith, with the city of Sid in Pamphylia, that's present-day Turkey, emerging as a notorious hub for this rather unpleasant trade. Pompey the Great was credited with quelling piracy in the Mediterranean in 67, although subsequent actions were taken against Illyrian pirates after the Battle of Actium in 31. Despite efforts to curb piracy during the reigns of Augustus and Tiberius, it, well, just continued to remain a persistent concern. Still does, by the way. You never get rid of the pirates. While large-scale piracy was largely brought under control during the Pax Romana, that's the Roman peace, piratical kidnappings continued to contribute to the Roman slave supply well into the later imperial era, albeit to a lesser extent. Even in the early 5th century AD, figures like Augustine of Hippo lamented the prevalence of widespread kidnapping in regions like North Africa. Notably, the Christian missionary Patricius, later known as Saint Patrick, I'm sure you know him, was himself kidnapped by pirates around AD 400 from Roman Britain, and subsequently enslaved in Ireland, where he eventually achieved sainthood through his missionary work. And apparently he drove all of the snakes out as well. But that's a bit of a story. By the common law of nations, ius gentium, a child born to legally enslaved mother inherited the status of slavery from birth. Known as vernae in Latin, these were slaves born within the household, the domus, or agricultural estate, the villa, of their owners. Now the vernae held a unique position within Roman society, as there existed a stronger social obligation to care for them compared to slaves acquired through other means. Epitaphs often identified them as such, indicating a recognition of their status as being somewhat distinct. In many cases, vernae were the biological children of free males within the household, further complicating their social standing. They did receive preferential treatment, including opportunities for education alongside free-born children, cohabitation as couples, and even the opportunity to have their own children. The prominence of vernae in literary sources suggests their valued role within Roman households, with many serving as intellectual slaves or teachers to the household's children. The use of verna in the epitaphs of freed men implies a sense of pride in their birth within a familia, highlighting the complexity of social relationships within the Roman slave world. Birth as a verna could also have a bit more of an unfortunate and darker aspect, particularly depending on the circumstances of the household into which the child was born. For example, vernae born to enslaved brothel workers, for instance, were often advertised in graffiti from Pompeii, sometimes with details such as a price or the specific services they provided. Shockingly, a significant percentage of vernae attested epigraphically at Pompeii, around 71%, are linked to sexual slavery, suggesting that their upbringing in brothels has viewed as a notable selling point. The highlights a stark contrast in the experiences of vernae based on the nature of the household in which they were raised. Scholarly opinions vary regarding the demographics of slaves during the imperial period, with some arguing that vernae consisted the majority or that domestic reproduction was the primary source of slaves. However, modern estimates are subject to interpretation, as they rely on often ambiguous data, including the total number of slaves in Roman society. Children brought into a household for fostering, without formal adoption, were known as alumni, which translates to those who have been nurtured. Despite often being cared for quite lovingly, alumni frequently had an ambiguous legal status. This term encompasses a variety of foster children, including orphans, poor relations, and apprentices, typically between the ages of 9 to around 14, and predominantly found in prosperous urbanized areas. Now, of the documented alumni, only about a quarter can be definitively identified as slaves, suggesting a diverse composition within the household. The role of enslaved alumni within the household appears to mirror that of vernae in terms of privileges and opportunities. The alumni often earned trust and became integral members of the familia, with those in servitude having a significant chance of eventual manumission. That's their freedom from slavery if you didn't watch the first video. Some were explicitly provided for in wills, such as one case where a trust was established for a young freedman alumnus to be managed by the fosterer's friend until he reached the age of 25. The presence of alumni and vernae involved in crafts and arts indicates a talent served as a means for disadvantaged children to garner recognition and access more opportunities. In families, whether technically free or enslaved, children as young as 5 years old could begin acquiring work habits. As they became developmentally capable of carrying out small and easy tasks. The transitional period from early childhood to functional childhood among the Romans typically occurred between the ages of 5 and 7, with the upper classes, of course, experiencing a more prolonged and sheltered infancy and childhood. Generally, 10 years old was the age at which child slaves were deemed to be useful enough to be traded as such. For families of some means, a child slave could be viewed as an investment. For instance, there are instances recording the juristic digest of a metalsmith purchasing a child slave, teaching them the trade, and then selling them at fact doubled the original price they paid. Both free and slave children were apprenticed for skilled work, with training typically commencing between the ages of 12 to 14, and lasting anywhere from 6 months to 6 years. Of course, that would depend on the occupation. Children apprenticed for various jobs, including textile production, metalworking, shorthand, music, and construction techniques. In wealthy households of the imperial era, prepubescent children were often trained for serving food due to the belief that their purity conferred hygienic benefits. Citation needed on that one. Adolescents as young as 13 might be capably employed in accounting, office work, and various other roles such as heralds, messengers, and couriers. Child performers were also common, participating in performing arts troupes as dancers, singers, or gymnasts. In more rural settings, children born into slavery helped with tasks such as feeding poultry, weeding gardens, gathering fruits, and general tending to animals. There is evidence suggesting that children were employed in certain kinds of ancient Roman mining, especially in gold mines, where they retrieved ore from narrow shafts. Honestly, it's all a little bit horrifying to think of. While osteoarchaeology can identify adolescents and children working alongside adults, it is challenging to determine their status as free or enslaved, as verbal sources and art often don't provide any clear distinctions. Now, additionally, under Roman law, a father had the right to contract out all dependents of a household for labor, blurring the line between free and enslaved child workers. Scholarly perspectives vary on the extent to which child abandonment contributed to the pool of potential slaves in ancient Rome. Orphaned children of poor citizens were particularly vulnerable to enslavement, while those brought into households as fostered alumni often had uncertain legal statuses. Tradesmen might foster abandoned children as alumni, providing them with the apprenticeships and potentially passing on their business with an expectation of care in their old age. Early Christians also expanded their community by taking in abandoned and orphaned children, creating safe havens where children of various statuses mingled. However, slave traffickers targeted neglected children who roamed unsupervised, and we even have sources of these slave traffickers luring them with sweets, cakes, and even toys. Children obtained in this manner were at heightened risk of being raised as gladiators, beggars, or even more unpleasant professions, often subjected to maiming to evoke sympathy from passers-by. Just when you thought it couldn't get any worse, it just gets worse. Child abandonment, whether due to family death or intentional actions, is distinct from infant exposure, a practice widely observed in ancient Rome and rooted in the myth of Romulus and Remus. Families unable to care for a child would often expose the infant, typically leaving it in outdoor conditions that were likely fatal, effectively constituting a form of infanticide. Even among the upper classes, serious birth defects, and sometimes even minor birth defects, were considered grounds for exposure. Surviving infants might be enslaved, potentially becoming a significant source of slaves. However, healthy exposed infants could also be taken in for fosterage or adoption, although this practice often treated the child as an investment, with birth families required to reimburse expenses if they later wished to reclaim the child. Traffickers could also collect surviving infants for slave training, though the profitability of investing in their nurturing for 5 years before they could provide valuable labor remains quite unclear. Predictable sites for infant exposure, such as urban environments and religious sites, facilitated the trafficking of exposed infants. The first Christian emperor, Constantine, formalized the buying and selling of newborns during their first hours of life. Now, this all sounds a little bit horrible, but he did this to aim to curb the exposure practices or to protect the property rights of unwitting slave owners. Certainly not an ideal situation for anybody. Over time, infant exposure evolved into a legal fiction, allowing parents to transfer control of the newborn to another family before it was ritually accepted into its birth family. The ancient right of patria potestas granted fathers the authority to dispose of their dependents as they seemed fit, including the ability to sell their own children, similar to selling a slave off to the highest bidder. We'll be giving out a few Father of the Year awards in this section. However, don't judge too harshly. Fathers who resorted to selling their children were often doing so out of pure desperation, and they were completely impoverished. Owning slaves themselves was, of course, beyond their means. Not making excuses for them, but this was not an exercise in greed. By selling their child, the father relinquished his power over them, and the child entered the possession of a master. A law dating back to the 12 Tables, that's the old Roman codes of laws from the Republic, limited the number of times a father could sell his own children, allowing only 1 sale for daughters, but up to 3 sales for sons, hinting at the existence of nexum, a temporary obligation stemming from debt. To circumvent the free-born status of the child, some parents leased their child's labor up to a certain age, granting the holder of the lease full-time use without ownership. Roman law grappled with the conflict between the sanctity of free birth and the harsh realities of poverty or debt driving parents to sell their children. While there was no legal penalty for children, or parents rather, who sold their children, the sales contracts were technically void due to the child's free status. In better times, parents could redeem their children by reimbursing the original sales price plus an additional fee, of course. Most parents would only resort to selling their own children under extreme duress, such as during periods of heavy taxation or perhaps general economic hardship. The Christianization of the later empire brought about shifts in priorities, with efforts to address hunger and poverty and the eventual abolition of the paternal power of life and death by Constantine, the first Christian emperor. Nexum, originating in the early Roman Republic, was a form of debt bondage contract within the Roman legal system, categorized as a type of mancipatio. In this agreement, a free man would pledge himself as a bond slave or nexus as collateral for a loan. Sometimes a debtor would even offer his son as additional security. While the terms of the contract could vary, the bondsman, despite facing potential humiliation and mistreatment, was theoretically protected from physical punishment as a citizen under law. However, the practice of nexum was abolished by the Lex Potalia Papiria in 326 BC. No, it didn't last very long. The abolition of nexum was often accompanied by a traditional tale, albeit with varying details. Generally, it goes like this. It featured a nexus who, despite being a respectable and attractive individual, endured harassment from the creditor. This cautionary narrative underscored the contradictions inherent in subjecting one free citizen to another's control. The legal response aimed to assert the citizen's right to liberty, distinguishing themselves from slaves and infamis, those social outcasts. Even after the abolition of nexum, a form of debt bondage might still arise if a debtor defaulted on their obligations. However, enslaving a free person for debt or pledging a minor as collateral for a parent's debt remained very illegal. In such cases, the legal penalties were imposed on the creditor rather than the debtor. The concept of self-sales in ancient Rome, whereby a free-born individual would voluntarily sell themselves into slavery, was also theoretically illegal, as Roman law upheld the inviolability of a citizen's liberty. However, in practice, instances of self-enslavement could occur and might be overlooked unless directly challenged on a legal basis. While self-sales are not extensively documented in Roman literature, imperial legal sources indicate that they were recognized as a legitimate pathway to enslavement, alongside being captured in war or born to an enslaved mother. Instances of self-sales typically surfaced in court cases involving allegations of fraud. Fraud could be alleged if either the seller or the buyer knew that the individual being sold was free-born at the time of the transaction, especially if the person sold was under the age of 20. In such cases, if proven, of course, the enslaved person's liberty could be reclaimed. However, determining who had knowledge of the individual's freeborn status was often quite challenging. Solid evidence for voluntary enslavement often revolved around whether the individual received a share of the proceeds from the sale, indicating their consent to surrender their rights as a Roman citizen. Those who willingly relinquished their citizenship were considered unworthy of holding it, and permanent enslavement was seen as a fitting consequence. For instance, self-sale by a Roman soldier would be viewed as desertion, and the penalty for desertion is death. Cases of self-sale that reached the level of imperial appeal typically resulted in voiding the contract, even if the individual had consented to it originally. This was because private contracts could not supersede the state's interest in regulating citizenship, which of course carried tax obligations. Thus, the legality and consequences of self-sale were quite complex, with legal and societal implications that varied depending on the circumstances and outcomes of the individual case. Well, there you have it. Some of the more gruesome details. But there are plenty more gruesome details to come when we talk about things like slavery. Indeed, the topic itself does start from a gruesome point. Well, thank you very much for joining me again. It's once again been a pleasure to have you here. And if you've liked what you've heard, then hit that subscribe button. And leave your thoughts in the comments down below, if not only for the algorithm. I've been your host for this evening, and I will see you in the next video. Good night, everyone. The Third Servile War, known also as the Gladiator War, or the War of Spartacus according to Plutarch, marked the final uprising in a series of slave rebellions against the Roman Republic, referred to collectively as the Servile Wars. This particular rebellion stood out as it directly threatened Rome's heartland in Italy and posed a significant challenge to the Roman military. Commencing in 73 BC, the rebellion originated with the escape of approximately 70 slave gladiators from a school in Capua. These fugitives swiftly overwhelmed the Roman forces dispatched to apprehend them, and within a span of 2 years, their numbers swelled to include roughly 120,000 individuals, encompassing men, women, and children. Surprisingly, the able-bodied adults among them formed a highly effective armed force that repeatedly demonstrated its capability to resist or even defeat Roman military units, ranging from local patrols to trained legions led by consuls. This formidable slave army roamed across Italy, raiding estates and towns with relative impunity, sometimes splitting into separate but interconnected bands under various leaders, among whom was the renowned former gladiator known as Spartacus. Before we continue, I'd like to invite you, if you enjoy this content, to leave your comments down below for the algorithm, and subscribe to the channel. Well, back to the video, thanks in advance. As the slave army's depredations and military successes escalated, the Roman Senate grew increasingly alarmed, as of course they would. Ultimately, Rome responded by assembling an army comprising 8 legions, placed under the command of Marcus Licinius Crassus. After a protracted and arduous fighting retreat before Crassus's legions, and in the light of the encircling legions of Pompey and Lucius Varro, the rebels launched a final, full-scale assault against Crassus's forces. How did all of it end? Well, we'll have to get to that at the end of the video. Plutarch's account suggests that the slaves' primary aim was to escape to freedom and depart Roman territory by way of Cisalpine Gaul. However, other sources, such as Appian and Florus, characterize the revolt as a civil war with the intention of capturing the city of Rome itself. Well, whichever way it was, the Third Servile War wielded significant and enduring ramifications for Rome's broader historical trajectory. Pompey and Crassus capitalized on their victories to advance their political ambitions, utilizing their public acclaim and the implied threat of their legions to sway the consular elections of 70 BC in their favor. A little bit of corruption going on, it would seem. Well, their subsequent actions as consuls contributed substantially to the erosion of Roman political institutions and facilitated the transition from the Republic to the Empire. All of this we will explain in detail later. But first, we have to look at the situation before the revolt. So we'll come back to Crassus and Varro later. Okay, so let's get into that situation before the gladiators and the slaves went crazy. Throughout Roman history, the presence of a readily available and inexpensive labor force in the form of slaves played a crucial role in the economy. Now these slaves were acquired through various means, such as purchase from foreign merchants or enslavement of populations during military conquests. Especially during the 2nd and 1st centuries BC, by the way, Rome's extensive involvement in conquests led to the importation of tens to hundreds of thousands of slaves from European and Mediterranean regions. Of course, when you had that many slaves, the economy around slavery was matching up with the numbers. The rules of supply and demand, of course, would reflect the pricing structures of the slaves, and the more slaves, well, the cheaper it got. You'd be surprised the class of people who could afford to get one. While some slaves served as household servants or craftsmen, a significant portion toiled in harsh conditions in mines and on agricultural estates, particularly in regions like Sicily and southern Italy. During the Roman Republican era, slaves were generally treated quite harshly and were considered property rather than individuals under the law. Owners had virtually unchecked authority over them, with the power to mistreat or even kill them without any legal repercussions. The lowest grades of slaves, predominantly engaged in agriculture and mining labor, endured lives of grueling physical work. Now, just a quick note. As we had just mentioned, you could get away with treating your slave poorly, or even killing your own slaves. Now, this of course leads one to believe, well, I would rather go to a owner who was perhaps not of the best economic status. Perhaps my living conditions would be a lot simpler, but if he could only afford a single slave, then perhaps there is less chance that he would dispose of you in a cruel manner. After all, he would want a return on investment. The oppressive treatment and sheer magnitude of the slave population, of course, fueled occasional rebellions, and the Third Servile War was not the first, and definitely not the last. In Sicily, for instance, the First and Second Servile Wars erupted in 135 and 104 BC. In these conflicts, small bands of rebels found widespread support among fellow slaves eager to escape their oppressive conditions. While these uprisings posed significant challenges to Roman authority and required substantial military intervention to suppress, they were not perceived as existential threats to the Republic. After all, they're just slaves. How hard could they fight? Well, foreshadowing. They are about to find out how hard slaves can fight for their freedom. Spoiler alert. It's pretty damn hard. So the dynamics had completely shifted with this Third Servile War. The First and Second Servile War were confined to the outlying regions like Sicily, and they were generally stopped before they could get in the sight of anybody in the main province. But this uprising brought the spectre of the slave revolt right to the heartland of Rome itself. So, let's get to the beginning. In the Roman Republic of the 1st century BC, gladiatorial spectacles held significant popularity as a form of entertainment. To meet the demand for combatants in these games, numerous training schools, known as ludi, were established across Italy. Not just in Rome either, all over the place. Where there was Roman citizens rather, there needed to be entertainment. And you know exactly what kind of entertainment the Romans enjoyed. These schools primarily trained prisoners of war and condemned criminals, regarded as slaves, to fight in the arena. In 73 BC, a daring escape plot unfolded at the Capuan school owned by Lentulus Batiatus, involving approximately 200 gladiators. Though their plan was betrayed, around 70 men managed to seize kitchen tools and fight their way out of captivity. They also commandeered several wagons carrying gladiatorial weapons and armor. I can imagine a gladiator charging at a Roman soldier with a frying pan, and another with a whisk. Upon gaining their freedom, the escaped gladiators elected leaders from among their ranks, choosing 2 Gallic slaves, Crixus and Oenamos, along with a figure named Spartacus. The origins of Spartacus remain somewhat unclear, while some sources suggest that he may have been a Thracian auxiliary in the Roman legions who later fell into slavery. Others speculate he could have been a captive taken by the legions. Well, we don't know. Perhaps one day we will find some more evidence surrounding his origins. Now, following their escape, this band of slaves clashed with a small contingent of troops who were dispatched from Capua, and the slaves emerged victorious. Of course, they had to loot the enemy, which meant they had brand new outfits. That's right, proper Roman armor, and proper Roman swords, all the rest, everything that they needed. While the exact sequence of events immediately following their escape is not entirely consistent across sources, it is generally agreed that the group pillaged the surrounding region. While they were doing this, every slave they encountered more or less joined up with them. They recruited many slaves and eventually retreated to a more defensible position, right at the bottom of Mount Vesuvius. As the revolt and raids unfolded in Campania, a region frequented by the affluent and influential of Rome, Roman authorities swiftly took notice. They regarded the uprising as a significant wave of criminal activity rather than a full-fledged armed rebellion. However, later that same year, Rome mobilized a military force under Praetorian authority to suppress what they now realized was a rebellion. The praetor, Gaius Claudius Glaber, assembled a force of 3,000 men, hastily gathered militia rather than regular legions, as the Romans perceived the situation as more of a raid than a declared war. Of course, you wouldn't send out your best soldiers to fight a group of slaves, wouldn't you? I mean, how tough could they be? Well, Glaber was about to find out. His forces laid siege to the slaves on Mount Vesuvius, cutting off the only known descent from the mountain. Expecting starvation to compel the slaves to surrender, Glaber opted for a waiting strategy. Despite lacking formal military training, the forces of Spartacus demonstrated remarkable resourcefulness, utilizing local tools and employing clever, albeit unconventional tactics against the disciplined Roman infantry. In response to Glaber's blockade, the slaves fashioned ropes and ladders from vines and trees on Vesuvius's slopes, enabling them to descend the cliffs opposite Glaber's position. They maneuvered around the mountain's base, outflanked Glaber's army, and dealt a decisive blow, annihilating his forces. Subsequently, word got back to Rome, and a second expedition, led by the praetor Publius Varinius, was dispatched to deal with Spartacus and the rebels. However, Varinius appears to have divided his forces among his subordinates, Furius and Cosinius. Though specific details regarding the strength of Varinius's forces are unclear, both contingents suffered defeat at the hands of the rebel slaves. Cosinius even fell in battle, while Varinius, well, he narrowly escaped capture, and the slaves once again seized the equipment of the defeated Roman army. Of course, back in Rome, news was spreading, and the senators and upper-class people were beginning to feel more than a little nervous. These victories, of course, had the other effect of drawing more slaves and even local herdsmen and shepherds to Spartacans' forces, swelling their ranks to approximately 70,000. The winter came, and during the years of 73 to 72 BC, the rebel forces used this respite to train, arm, and equip their new recruits, extending their raiding territory to include towns like Nola, Thurii, Nuceria, and Metapontum. However, things were not all perfect. Amidst these triumphs, the rebel forces also began to face losses. You can't win them all, after all. One of their leaders, who was elected first, Oenomus, presumably perished in the battle during this period and is not mentioned in further historical accounts. By the conclusion of 73, Spartacus and Crixus found themselves at the helm of a formidable armed force, fully capable of challenging Roman armies. However, discerning their ultimate intentions poses a challenge for modern historians, due to the lack of first-hand accounts detailing the slaves' motives and objectives during the war. Consequently, historians offer conflicting theories when interpreting the events of the rebellion. One prevailing modern interpretation suggests a factional divide among the escaped slaves, with Spartacus aiming to lead his followers over the Alps to freedom, while Crixus sought to remain in southern Italy to continue raiding and plundering. This hypothesis draws support from the geographic scope of the slave raids, as regions like Thurii and Metapontum, distant from Nola and Nuceria, were also targeted. Lucius Gellius's attack on Crixus and his faction, numbering around 30,000, further underscores this perceived division. Plutarch also mentioned the inclination of some slaves to plunder Italy rather than seek escape. While this factional split aligns with the available evidence, direct proof is lacking, so let's not make up our mind about it yet. In fictional betrayals, the rebel slaves are often depicted as Roman freedom fighters, battling against a corrupt society and the institution of slavery. While this interpretation is not refuted by classical historians, no historical records explicitly state that the rebels aimed to abolish slavery in the Republic. Moreover, the actions of rebel leaders, which included numerous atrocities, do not appear expressly geared towards ending the practice. Even classical historians, writing shortly after the events, offer conflicting perspectives on Spartacus' motives. Some, like Appian and Florus, suggest he intended to march on Rome itself, though this may have reflected Roman anxieties rather than Spartacus's actual plans. Plutarch, however, does suggest that Spartacus primarily sought to flee northward into Cisalpine Gaul, and once there, disband his forces, seeking a quiet life in the countryside. The historical evidence does not conclusively support the notion of a homogeneous slave group under Spartacus's leadership. Other slave leaders, such as Crixus, Oenomus, Gannicus, and Cassus, are mentioned, but their exact roles and relationships with Spartacus remain unclear. They could have been aides, subordinates, or even independent leaders, traveling alongside Spartacus's contingent. In the spring of 72, the rebel slaves embarked on a northward journey towards Cisalpine Gaul, departing from their winter encampments. Concerned by the magnitude of the uprising and the defeat suffered by the Praetorian armies led by Glaber and Berenius, the Senate decided to dispatch 2 consular legions under Lucius Gellius and Claudianus. Initially, the consular forces achieved success. Gellius confronted a contingent of approximately 30,000 slaves, commanded by Crixus, near Mount Garganus, and managed to vanquish 2/3 of the rebels, including Crixus himself. From this juncture, the classical sources diverge in their accounts of subsequent events until the involvement of Marcus Licinius Crassus in the conflict. The extant histories of the war provided by Appian and Plutarch present distinct narratives. While neither version directly contradicts the other, they each focus on different events, with one account omitting certain occurrences mentioned in the other and introducing unique events exclusive to its own narrative. Appian recounts a series of strategic maneuvers following the victory of Gellius's legions over Crixus's forces near Mount Garganus. Spartacus's army, which at this time numbered around 120,000, pressed northwards towards Cisalpine Gaul, with Gellius and Lentulus seeking to block their path. In a subsequent engagement, Spartacus' forces routed Lentulus' legion and then turned to defeat Gellius' army, compelling the Roman legions to retreat. Allegedly, and it's only allegedly, Spartacus executed approximately 300 captured Roman soldiers, forcing them to fight as gladiators to avenge Crixus's death. Have a taste of your own medicine, Romans. Subsequently, Spartacus led his followers northward, and with haste, shedding unnecessary supplies and animals to expedite their movement. After further engagements with the consular armies in Picenum, Spartacus purportedly changed his intention of marching on Rome due to his insufficiently armed force, opting instead to withdraw into southern Italy. Plutarch's narrative diverges here from Appian's account. According to Plutarch, Spartacus's forces defeated Lentulus's legion after the engagement near Mount Garganus, and then proceeded into northern Italy, where they confronted a Roman army under Gaius Cassius Longinus around Mutina, which, by the way, is modern-day Modena. This resulted in another victory for Spartacus. Plutarch omits the engagements described by Appian, and does not mention Spartacus facing the combined consular legions in Picenum. Instead, Plutarch describes Spartacus retreating southwards from Picenum, following confrontations with Crassus, suggesting a different sequence of events and motivations for Spartacus's movements. In early 71 BC, Spartacus and his followers found themselves in the southern part of Italy, prompting the Senate to appoint Crassus to suppress the rebellion completely. Crassus, known for his harsh discipline, was granted praetorship and assigned a substantial force of 6 brand new trained legions, bolstering his army to an estimated 32 to 48,000 troops. Employing brutal tactics, including unit decimation, Crassus instilled fear in his men, ensuring their utmost obedience and determination in battle. As Spartacus's forces moved northward once more, Crassus positioned his legions on the border of the region to interrupt their march. Plutarch suggests the initial clash occurred near the Picenum region, while Appian claims it took place near Samnium. Crassus dispatched 2 legions under his legate Mummius to flank Spartacus, but instructed them not to engage. Disobeying orders, Mummius attacked prematurely and suffered a defeat. See, that's what happens when you don't listen. However, Crassus himself, much more experienced and somewhat more alive than Mummius, emerged victorious. He confronted Spartacus and inflicted heavy casualties on the rebels. Following this setback, Spartacus's forces faced further defeats, as Crassus's legions proved superior in subsequent engagements. He retreated southward through Lucana towards the straits near Messina. Plutarch recounts Spartacus's failed attempt to secure passage to Sicily with Cilician pirates, who ultimately betrayed him, leaving the rebel slaves stranded. Yes, indeed, the pirates just took the money and said, "We're not helping you." Possibly should not have trusted the pirates to begin with. While the rebels attempted makeshift rafts and ships, Crassus prevented their escape to Sicily. This forced them to retreat to Rhegium. Upon arriving at Rhegium, Crassus constructed fortifications across the isthmus, effectively besieging the rebel forces and cutting them off from all supplies, despite continued raids from Spartacus's followers. As Pompey's legions returned to Italy after quelling the rebellion in Hispania, the Senate, whether at Crassus's request or seizing an opportunity, directed Pompey to bypass Rome and head south to reinforce Crassus. Concurrently, reinforcements under the command of Lucullus, likely Marcus Terentius Varro Lucullus, were dispatched to aid Crassus. Aware that credit for ending the conflict would go to the arriving general, Crassus pushed his legions to swiftly suppress the rebellion. Learning of Pompey's approach, Spartacus attempted negotiations with Crassus to end the conflict before Roman reinforcements arrived. When Crassus declined this request, Spartacus and his forces breached Roman fortifications and retreated up the Bruttium Peninsula, all the while pursued by Crassus's legions. During this pursuit, a portion of the rebels, led by Gannicus and Castus, were caught and annihilated. Despite suffering significant losses, both sides endured heavy casualties. Roman forces under Lucius Quincius were decimated when confronting a faction of rebel slaves who chose to fight to the death rather than flee. With discipline faltering among the rebels and groups breaking away to attack independently, Spartacus redirected his entire force against Crassus's legions in a final confrontation at the Battle of the Salarius River. The rebels were decisively defeated, with the majority slain on the battlefield, including Spartacus himself, although the body of Spartacus was never recovered. Creepy. The rebels of the Third Servile War were crushed by Crassus, with Pompey's forces capturing and slaying 5,000 fleeing rebels that they encountered along the way. Pompey claimed a significant portion of credit for ending the conflict. This, of course, made Crassus a little bit angry with him and caused quite a lot of attention. While most rebels perished on the battlefield, 6,000 survivors were captured. What did the Romans do with them? Well, they decided to crucify all of them, all 6,000 of them, along the roadside leading to Rome, as a grim reminder of what happens when you don't do as you're told. Both Pompey and Crassus, of course, benefited politically from their roles in quelling the rebellion, leveraging their legions to secure consulship in 70 BC. The war's impact on attitudes towards Roman slavery is, of course, difficult to quantify, but it did coincide with a shift in attitude on the treatment of slaves, as fear among Romans led to slightly improved conditions for slaves, albeit slightly. Additionally, the wealthy began reducing their reliance on agricultural slaves in favor of employing freed men for sharecropping arrangements. The legal status of Roman slaves continued to evolve over time, with Emperor Claudius enacting laws recognizing mistreatment of slaves as murder and granting freedom to abandoned, old, or infirm slaves. Under Antoninus Pius, further laws extended the rights of slaves, including the ability to appeal mistreatment. While these were not direct outcomes of the Third Servile War, they do reflect the changing attitudes in society towards slavery that were definitely afoot at the time. The Third Servile War marked the end of large-scale slave uprisings in Rome, and subsequent eras saw a decline in the prominence of slavery, with those legal reforms giving a light at the end of the tunnel. We may not be at the end of the tunnel, but we're certainly at the end of this video. I hope you've enjoyed it, and I hope that none of you out there listening are slaves. If so, I hope that the spirit of Spartacus lives within you. Thank you very much for listening. I'm the ASMR historian. It's been a pleasure. Whatever trouble you're facing in your life, whatever perplexity you're having right now, know that you can conquer it. Perhaps the odds are stacked against you. Perhaps, like Spartacus, you are facing an impossible task. Well, in the spirit of the video, if you have no other choice, the best thing you can do is fight, even if it is fighting to the death. I'll see you next time. Good night, everybody. Gladiators, derived from the Latin word gladiator meaning swordsman, were armed combatants who entertained audiences in the Roman Republic and Empire. They engaged in violent clashes with other gladiators, wild animals, and condemned criminals, creating a spectacle for the onlookers. While some gladiators volunteered, risking their lives for social standing, the majority of these people were despised slaves, subject to harsh training, social marginalization, and even segregation in death. Regardless of their origin, gladiators embodied Rome's martial ethics, offering spectators examples of valor and skill. Their ability to fight or die with dignity could earn them admiration and popularity. Therefore, they were celebrated in both high and low art, and their role as entertainers was commemorated in various objects throughout the Roman world. The origins of gladiatorial combat are debated, with evidence dating back to funeral rites during the Punic Wars in the 3rd century BC. This practice quickly became integral to Roman politics and social life, evolving into increasingly elaborate and costly games. These gladiator games endured for nearly a millennia and reached their zenith between the 1st and 2nd century AD. As Christianity emerged, the disapproval of the games grew due to their association with pagan rituals. Not due to their association of cruel and harsh death, though. That was okay. Eventually, in the 5th century, the popularity of the contests waned, leading to their eventual disappearance. So, let's go all the way back and try to first trace the origins of these gladiatorial games. How did they come about? Well, the origin of gladiators remain debated among early literary sources. In the late 1st century BC, Nicolaus of Damascus suggested an Etruscan origin. Etruscan means Italian, but not Roman, while Livy, a generation later, attributed their inception to the Campanians in 310 BC, after their victory over the Samnites. Later, in the 7th century AD, Isidore of Seville connected Gladiator terms to Etruscan roots. Despite this, modern scholars reassessing pictorial evidence propose a Campanian origin or influence on the games. Campania, hosting the earliest gladiator schools, is depicted in tomb frescoes from the Paestum, around 4th century BC, showing paired fighters in rituals resembling Roman gladiator games. While evidence on the Etruscan side is less conclusive, the Paestum frescoes may represent an older tradition influenced by Greek colonists. Livy credits the first gladiator games, 264 BC, to Decimus Junius Brutus Scaeva, who staged a munus, a commemorative duty, in Rome's Forum Boarium to honor his deceased father. The development of gladiator munera and types, heavily influenced by Rome's conflicts with Samnium, is evident in Livy's account. The Samnite, a frequently mentioned and popular gladiator type, emerged from this very war. The captured splendid armor of Samnite armies was used in Roman triumphs, while Campanians, in disdain of the Samnites, equipped their gladiators in a similar fashion, coining the term Samnites for them. Livy's narrative reflects the latter theatrical nature of the gladiator shows, portraying armed barbarians as treacherous and degenerate, conquered by Roman iron and courage. The gladiator munus evolved into a morally instructive enactment, emphasizing the gladiators' honorable choices in combat. And of course, the Romans always win. In 216 BC, Marcus Aemilius Lepidus received a 3-day gladiator munera in the Forum Romanum, featuring 22 pairs of gladiators. Scipio Africanus, 10 years later, organized a commemorative munus in Iberia for his father and uncle, attracting high-status non-Romans as volunteers. These events were linked to the overall context of the Punic Wars, celebrating military victories and expiating disasters, serving as a morale-boosting purpose. The next recorded munus, in 183 BC, for Publius Licinius, surpassed previous extravagance, lasting 3 days with 120 gladiators. Also, they had free meals for everybody, which certainly helps to draw the crowds. The popularity of Gladiatoria Munera extended far beyond Rome, evident in Rome's Iberian allies adopting the culture of gladiator games themselves. By 184 BC, smaller Roman munera became so commonplace that they went unremarked, with larger events like Titus Flaminius's 4-day games with 74 gladiators in 174 BC being slightly more notable. In 105 BC, Rome experienced state-sponsored barbarian combat, with gladiators from Capua offered by the ruling consuls as part of military training. This marked a shift as gladiator contests transitioned from private munera to inclusion in state games during major religious festivals. While traditional ludi were dedicated to deities, ludi is how we refer to as state games, munera could be dedicated to the divine or heroic ancestors of aristocratic sponsors. Gladiatorial games in Rome served as a powerful tool for self-promotion, particularly among politicians. Sponsors found these events, which combined extravagance with entertainment, also as effective ways to gain popularity without significant personal cost. And so, the gladiatorial contests became a significant business, benefiting trainers, owners, and even political figures. Ambitious individuals strategically timed gladiator shows to coincide with election seasons and used the lavish spectacles to secure votes. The old bread and circus strategy. In the late Republic, gladiator ownership equated to political influence. In 65 BC, Julius Caesar organized an unprecedented spectacle with 320 gladiatorial pairs, despite heavy opposition from the Senate. The spread of gladiatorial games throughout the Republic prompted anti-corruption laws that attempted but failed to curb their political exploitation. After the assassination of Caesar, Augustus assumed control over the games, regulating their provision as a civic and religious duty. Imperial authority limited private and public expenditure on munera, linking the greatest games with the state-sponsored imperial cult. Despite attempts to control all of the costs, the extravagance of gladiator games continued to persist. All the way up to 109 AD, Trajan celebrated his Dacian victories with 10,000 gladiators and 11,000 animals, holding these events over the course of 123 days. Legislation by Marcus Aurelius in 177 AD later on had very little impact in stemming these contests, and his son, Commodus, who I have also made a video about, continued the trend of escalating expenses associated with gladiatorial events. He even went into gladiatorial events himself, our boy Commodus. But that is a story for the Commodus video, which you can find in my Ancient Rome playlist. The decline of gladiatorial contests was a complex process. The crisis of the 3rd century placed a growing financial burden on the Roman Empire due to military demands, and lesser magistrates found providing various obligatory contests increasingly unrewarding in exchange for uncertain privileges. Despite this, emperors continued to subsidize the games due to sustained public interest. And in the early 3rd century AD, the Christian writer Tertullian condemned Christians attending gladiatorial games, considering the combats as murder and the witnessing spiritually and morally harmful, viewing the gladiator as an instrument of pagan human sacrifice. Now, one historian, Carolyn Osiek, has some comments on the violence itself, which I'll fill you in on. And I quote, "The reason, we would suppose, would be the primarily bloodthirsty violence, but his is different. The extent of religious ritual and meaning in them which constitutes idolatry. Although Tertullian states that these events are forbidden to believers, the fact that he writes a whole treatise to convince Christians that they should not attend the shows, that apparently not everyone agreed to stay away from them." In the subsequent century, Augustine of Hippo criticized the youthful fascination of his friend Alypius of Thagaste, who later became a fellow convert and bishop. With the Monera spectacle, considering it detrimental to Christian life and salvation. Amphitheaters continued to be venues for the dramatic administration of imperial justice. For example, in 315, Constantine the Great condemned child snatchers to be thrown to wild beasts in the arena. Fair enough, I say. Good job, Constantine. A decade later, he prohibited criminals from being compelled to fight to death as gladiators, stating, "Bloody spectacles do not please us in civil ease and domestic quiet. For that reason, we forbid those people to be gladiators who, by some reason of some criminal act, were accustomed to deserve this condition and sentence. You shall rather sentence them to serve in the mines, so that they may acknowledge the penalties of their crimes with blood." This action has been construed with a prohibition on gladiatorial combat. However, in the final year of his life, Constantine wrote a letter to the citizens of Hispelum, granting them the right to celebrate his rule with gladiatorial games. In 365, Valentinian threatened to impose fines on a judge who sentenced Christians to the arena, and in 384, like most of his predecessors, attempted to restrict the expenses of gladiatorial games. You see, they were just way too expensive. Always had been, and the emperors in later times were dealing with other issues, especially around the time of Valentinian, well, the empire wasn't as prosperous as it used to be. In 393, Theodosius I embraced Nicene Christianity as the state religion. And you know what that means? It means that all pagan festivals were cancelled. Sorry to break it to you, kid, but the party's over. The Ludi, however, persisted, gradually shedding their pagan elements little by little. Honorius officially ended the Gladiator games completely in 399, and then again in 404, when he found out people were doing it behind his back in the Western Roman Empire. Remember, at that time, the Roman Empire had already split in half, by the way. So, the reason why he did this was because of the martyrdom of Saint Telemachus by spectators. And that's a whole other story on its own. But it was a scandal at the time, certainly. So by this time, the gladiatorial contests had more or less faded in popularity. The Romans had changed. It was a different world, and this relic of the old world pagan past had to go. Well, let's talk less about the games and more about the people, the gladiators themselves. Do you want to learn about them? I'm sure you do. Well, let's learn more about how they were divided and what they did. The earliest gladiator types, as we had said before, were named after Rome's enemies. Now, along with the Samnites, you also had the Thracians and the Gauls. Now, as Rome conquered these places, the Samnite became secutor, and the Gaul became murmillo, the most popular type, especially after Julius Caesar's conquest of Gaul and his triumph. Fighting Gauls became quite a popular pastime of the Romans. In mid-republican Minera, similar types typically fought. Later, fantasy types were introduced, set against complementary counterparts. For example, the nimble Retiarius faced the heavily armored Secutor. Depictions usually show common types, but literary references allow tentative reconstruction of others. Even novelty fighters included those on chariots, mounted gladiators, and even fighters with boxing gloves, called cestus fighters, and they were likely from Greece. The gladiator trade spanned the empire and was under official supervision. It wasn't just a touch-and-go thing, it was properly organized. Rome's military successes provided soldier prisoners, redistributed for state mines, amphitheaters, and open market sales. After the Jewish revolt, Jewish prisoners, rejected for training, entered arenas as other jobs. The strongest were sent to Rome, where surrendered enemy soldiers could redeem honor through gladiator training. So you imagine, you go out to Gaul, and you pick out the biggest, tallest guy with the scruffiest mustache you can find, and you say to your soldiers, do not kill that guy, just capture him, because he is going to be awesome at fighting lions. During the Principate and the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, two additional gladiator sources emerged. First, the condemned slaves, damnati, or sent to gladiator schools, games, the ad ludum gladiatorium for crimes. So you would either get there completely forced into it, or if you committed a crime, your punishment was to become a warrior in the Colosseum. Second, paid volunteers called octorati, constituting about half, and possibly the more skilled half, were around by the late Republic. Now as for the poor and non-citizens, meaning non-Roman citizens, joining a gladiator school offered a trade, meals, housing, and even a chance for fame. Mark Antony even chose gladiators as his personal bodyguard. And here's something else. Gladiators retained prize money and gifts, with examples like Tiberius enticing retired gladiators back, and Nero granting spiculous property equal to triumph celebrators. Starting in the 60s AD, female gladiators emerged as rare and exotic markers of exceptionally lavish spectacle. Nero in 66 AD arranged a munus featuring Ethiopian women, men, and children to impress King Tiridates of Armenia. Now, Romans found the concept of a female gladiator either novel and entertaining, or just outright absurd. Juvenal and Petronius offered satirical portrayals of female gladiators, portraying them as hunting or fighting in unconventional ways. Some things never change, don't they? A munus during Domitian's reign in 89 AD included a battle between female gladiators described as Amazons. A 2nd century AD relief from Halicarnassus depicted combatants named Amazon and Aquilia. In the same century, an epigraph praised a member of Ostia's local elite as the first to arm women in the history of its games. Female gladiators likely underwent similar regulations and training as their male counterparts. Roman morality dictated that all gladiators be from the lowest of the social classes, and emperors who deviated from this norm faced quite a lot of criticism. Some viewed female gladiators, regardless of their type or class, as indicative of corrupted Roman appetites, morals, and concepts of womanhood. Septimus Severus, before becoming emperor, attempted to introduce dignified displays of female athletics in Rome. However, the crowd's negative reaction led him to ban female gladiators completely in 200 AD. And that's not fair. Come on, just let them fight. I'm sure it'll be okay. Now, in terms of the higher-ups of Roman society, we're talking all the way up to emperors, there were some that were involved in the arena performances, either publicly or privately. Now, some names that we can put across is Geta, Caracalla, Caligula, Commodus, Hadrian, Titus, many of them. However, they were involved with very minimal risks to themselves. They didn't put themselves in real harm's way. Claudius, described as morbidly cruel and boorish, engaged in a spectacle where he fought a whale trapped in the harbor. This did not make him very popular, and earned him much disapproval from the commentators. Now, Commodus stood out as a fanatical participant. He compelled Rome's elite to attend his performances as a gladiator, and despite most of his gladiatorial performance being bloodless and fought with wooden swords, he consistently emerged victorious. Commodus claimed remarkable feats such as restyling Nero's statue as Hercules reborn, dedicated to himself, boasting of titles like Champion of Secutores. Well, his extravagant performances once included him killing 100 lions in a single day, likely from an elevated platform for safety, of course, and decapitating a running ostrich with a specially designed dart, theatrically gesturing towards the senatorial seats afterwards. In return for these displays, he received a substantial stipend from the public purse. But enough about Commodus. Now, the games were meticulously advertised in advance, with advertisements providing details such as the purpose of the event, the organizer, the venue, the date, and the number of paired gladiators, ordinarii, to participate. Additional attractions like executions, music, and amenities for spectators, such as sun awnings, water sprinklers, food, drinks, sweets, and occasionally door prizes, believe it or not, were also highlighted. Enthusiasts and gamblers received a detailed program, libellus, on the day of the competition, containing names, types, and match records of gladiator pairs, along with their scheduled appearances. The night before the fight, gladiators enjoyed a banquet, a time to address personal matters. This event resembled a ritualistic or sacramental last meal, serving as both a family and public occasion. Notably, even the condemned, including those set to die the next day, and those aforementioned damnati with a slim chance of survival, likely participated in all of this. This pre-game gathering may have also served as a means to generate additional publicity for the upcoming event. Official Munera during the early imperial era adhered to a standard form known as munus legitimum. The proceedings typically commenced with a procession entering the arena, led by lictors carrying faces symbolizing the magistrate editor's authority over life and death. Following them, trumpeters played a fanfare, and images of gods were brought in to witness the events. A scribe recorded the outcomes usually, and a man carried a palm branch to honor the victors. The magistrate editor, accompanied by a retinue carrying the arms and honor to be used, entered, with the gladiators presumably coming in last. The entertainments often kicked off with venations, or beast hunts, and bestiari, beast fighters. Subsequently, the ludi meridiani took place, featuring variable content that usually included the execution of condemned criminals. Some were condemned to fatal reenactments based on Greek or Roman myths, possibly involving gladiators as executioners. However, the preference of both the audience and the gladiators was for even contests, eschewing the dignity of fatal performances. Comedy fights, some potentially lethal, were also part of the program. Lightly armed fighters, like the retiarius, could endure longer in the arena compared to their heavily armed counterparts, and these were both brought out in even numbers. Sometimes the lightly armed opponents would face the heavily armed opponents, and each used their strengths and weaknesses of each other. Most bouts typically lasted between 10 to 15 minutes, with some stretching to a maximum of 20. In the Republican Minera, one could witness between 10 and 13 matches a day, assuming one match at a time during the afternoon. Spectators favored highly skilled, even matched with complementary fighting styles, although they were more expensive to train and hire. Of course, your proper gladiators, who had it as a career, had to be paid, and those condemned slaves usually went down pretty easily, a little too easily for the crowd's liking. General melees involving several lower skilled gladiators were less costly, but they were less popular. Even among ordinarii, winners might face a new, well-rested opponent, either a prearranged third-choice gladiator called a tertiarius, or an unadvertised extra called a substitute gladiator at the magistrate editor's whim. The arrangement allowed for 2 combats for the cost of 3 gladiators instead of 4, resulting in prolonged and sometimes bloodier contests, albeit of potentially lower quality. Experienced gladiators demonstrated a considerable degree of stagecraft, valuing bravado and skill more than they valued bloodshed. Some gladiators built their careers and reputation on bloodless victories. Trained gladiators adhered to professional rules of combat overseen by a senior referee and an assistant, Referees, who were often retired gladiators, held significant authority and could stop or pause bouts as needed, ensuring rest, refreshment, and a rub-down for the combatants. Now, believe it or not, during many of the gladiatorial contests, you had a band playing. That's right, musical accompaniment during the Ludi and Munera played a crucial role, serving as interludes or even building to a frenzied crescendo during the high points of the combats. The Zliten mosaic from Libya, which was done around 80 to 100 AD, depicts musicians accompanying provincial games with various instruments, including the ancient forms of a long straight trumpet, a large curved horn called a cornu, and a water organ called a hydraulis. Similar scenes of musicians, gladiators, and bestiari are found in several Pompeian tomb reliefs. Now, how did a gladiator claim victory? Well, a gladiator claimed victory by overcoming or killing his opponent, earning the palm branch and an award from the editor. Exceptional fighters might receive additional recognition, such as a laurel crown and money from the crowd. However, the most significant reward for those initially condemned to ludus was manumission, symbolized by the gift of a wooden training sword from the magistrate editor. In some cases, victorious gladiators could receive these gifts multiple times, as exemplified by Flamma's 4 awards, although some would choose to remain a gladiator. Matches were concluded either by the defeat of one gladiator or the death of the other. But a defeated gladiator could signal surrender by raising a finger, prompting the referee to stop the combat and refer to the magistrate editor's decision. In the earliest Munera, death was often considered the penalty for defeat. However, during the imperial era, the practice of sparing defeated gladiators' lives became more common, especially in matches advertised as sin missione, or without reprieve for the defeated. Now do remember that this decision was up to the magistrate, and a gladiator who was denied the privilege of living faced dispatch by his opponent, and to die well he should neither ask for mercy or cry out. Seneca described a good death as one where the gladiator offered his throat to the opponent, directing the blade to the vital spot. Some mosaics depict defeated gladiators kneeling in preparation for the moment of their death, with Seneca's reference to the vital spot likely indicating the neck, as confirmed by gladiator remains from Ephesus. The body of a gladiator who died honorably was placed on a couch of Libitina and then removed to the arena morgue, where it would be stripped of armor and its throat probably cut as confirmation of death. Tertullian, a Christian author, described a more humiliating removal method during Ludi Meridiani in Roman Carthage. Arena officials, often dressed as Dis Pater, god of the underworld, and Mercury, used a mallet and a heated wand to strike and confirm the death of a gladiator respectively. The body was then unceremoniously dragged from the arena. The bodies of the Noxii, and possibly some damnati, were disposed of in rivers or simply left unburied. Denial of funeral rites condemned the deceased to restless wandering upon the earth as a larva or a lemur. Ordinary citizens were usually buried outside town or city limits to avoid ritual and physical pollution, while professional gladiators had their own separate ceremonies. Well, thank you very much for joining me. I'm sure we learned a lot about gladiators tonight, didn't we? If you've enjoyed this content, consider subscribing to the channel and leaving your comments down below. I always respond to them. But until then, allow me to wish you good night. I'll see you next time, everybody.